Order. (9 a.m. We're calling this meeting to order. I like to be on time. Supervisor Tiffany, if we can do the pledge, please.
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, can I get an acknowledgement, a certificate of posting?
So moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, Madam Clerk. Okay, then we're on to presentations and recognitions. Supervisor Tiffany, this is the Behavioral Health Proclamation, Behavioral Health Department 32nd Annual Red Ribbon Week.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. This proclamation states, in the matter of a proclamation declaring the week of October 23rd through October 31st, 2022 as the 32nd Annual Red Ribbon Prevention Week. Whereas alcohol, tobacco, and drug abuse costs California billions of dollars every year and impedes the ability of Californians to lead healthy, productive lives. And whereas the California Department of Healthcare Services, County Behavioral Health Department, County Department of Education, local law enforcement agencies, Hollister Recreation, Hollister Fire Department, and the City Council of Hollister recognize and embrace the California Red Ribbon celebration to highlight and support substance abuse prevention. And whereas Red Ribbon Prevention Week provides a forum for parents and children to join with behavioral health and other community organizations to demonstrate their commitment to leading a healthy lifestyle free of alcohol and other drugs. And whereas this year, the 32nd Annual Red Ribbon Prevention Week will be observed locally and nationwide with a variety of activities designed to promote positive peer support, healthy decision-making, and a lifestyle free of substance abuse among our nation's young people. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim October 23rd through 31st, 2022 as Red Ribbon Prevention Week in San Benito, in witness of approval of this proclamation by the Board of Supervisors, San Benito County. So we have someone here. We have a whole bunch of people here. We just had the big run this past weekend, which I know was very successful, and just congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Elizabeth Lopez. I am the clinical supervisor for the substance abuse program here in San Benito County. And I accept this proclamation along with my team of counselors, substance abuse counselors, that we serve the community, both treatment and prevention. This last weekend, we had our Red Ribbon event. It was really successful. We sold out. The run was sold out for 150 runners. We increased our booths, so we had more team agents out in the community. And I couldn't have done it without myself, so I also want to introduce my team. Like I said, both treatment and prevention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. On to item E, Department Head Announcements. CAO Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we do have some announcements today. I'd like to invite up Behavioral Health, Rachel, as well as Griselle. They have an announcement to make to your board.
Good morning. We wanted to invite up Elizabeth Lopez to kind of update you on a lot of the initiatives that have been that the team has been executing at the schools. And so she's going to update you a little bit on the Friday Night Live program at the high school and some other initiatives for the future.
Morning again. So like Grizel mentioned, we were successfully able to launch Friday Night Live this year. Due to COVID, it kind of went on hiatus, but this year we have been able to successfully launch Friday Night Live at the Hollister High School. And Friday Night Live is aimed to engage youth as active leaders and resources in their community and build partnerships for positive and healthy youth development. So that is the goal for Friday Night Live. So it's a run by students for students. And since its successful launch, it's been consistent with about 35 students per meeting. They were engaged at our Red Ribbon Run this past weekend. They had their own table. And we were also able to do a Red Ribbon FNL essay where we had a first place winner. And we had some good participants, and we were able to pick the first, second, and third place. We do have a cabinet also for FNL, which is 9 consistent students. And this coming November, they will be joining a youth summit down in Southern California, where they will be also learning skills to engage the community to do prevention work. And we also have Club Live. And Club Live is 6th to 8th grade, and that is being launched at Rancho Santana. And we are the first club to be able to go into that new school. And that is going every month. And also, we have teachers participating in those. Yeah, that's what we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
Later, after. All right, and we also have our tax collector treasurer, Melinda Casillas.
Good morning. A couple of things regarding property taxes. So our property tax bills have been mailed out. This year they're due December 10th. I'm sorry, December 12th, because the 10th happens to be a Saturday, and so you have until December 12th to mail in your property taxes. Just make sure you understand the postmark system at wherever you drop off your taxes, because sometimes they actually get delayed a day. We have an insert that was included in the property taxes. It just kind of explains how we changed the way that we show the bonds for the high school and for the elementary school. They actually have 2 bonds, and we had been showing all the little pieces of the refinance portion. And so this year we just show the measure bonds that were actually voted on a couple of years ago. Then on the front of the property tax bill envelope, there is a little logo that Cal HFA has a program this year where if you were impacted by COVID on your mortgage payment or on your property tax payments, they will help you to pay those. You need to apply. All that information is on our website, and you can apply, and they can help you out to about $20,000. This is not a loan. You don't have to repay it. And then they will send us the money. If it's on a property tax issue, they'll send us the money for the payment. And then finally, we send out a whole bunch of bills, in our envelope, straight from our office. A lot of bills are in yellow. Please do not think that your mortgage company is going to pay these. These are supplemental bills. They're catch-ups from when you purchased a property, the change in the value from when you purchased a property to what the developer had. And unfortunately, those are your responsibilities, and a lot of them are due the same time. December 10th and April 10th. Please don't ignore them. They are your responsibility. And if they're late, then unfortunately they have a penalty attached to them. Any questions? That was a lot of information, but any questions?
So you, just to be clear, and thank you for that update. So you're mentioning that supplemental is you can't depend on your escrow necessarily to pay it.
No, we do not send these to our escrow company, whereas your regular tax bill gets sent to your mortgage company. These bills do not go to the mortgage company. We send these directly to you. And they come in a totally different looking envelope. They come in an envelope that comes straight from our office. And you could call your mortgage company and ask them if they'll help you pay it, but that's totally your responsibility. We don't have anything to do with that.
And the supplemental includes, like, what taxes? Is it the added bonds? What exactly is that?
So on a supplemental bill, it's the 1% value, and all the bonds that are on there. We don't have direct charges on them. Sometimes you get two in the mail. We send them at the same time. You get two. One is for the past year, and one is for the current year. And sometimes, unfortunately, they are a lot of money.
Okay.
And then your next year's tax bill you will just have a regular tax bill at that point.
So it's just a catch up.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a catch-up.
Okay.
And a lot of times, it's a catch-up between what the developer had, which was just your land, and now the full home value, including the land.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Melinda.
Yeah.
All right, we also have another one out of our RMA office, Abraham Prado, out of the planning division.
Can we fix that mic? It seems it's a little bit low.
Need to speak into it. Can you speak directly into it, Abraham, please?
Will do. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. We'll try. Thank you so much, CAO Espinosa, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning. Abraham Prado, Assistant Director, Development, RMA Department. This morning I have 3 brief announcements, if that's okay with your board. The first one is that the Planning Commission had a special Planning Commission meeting on October 12th to hear the Bedabal commercial conditional use permit. And the Planning Commission approved the conditional use permit and approved the certification of the environmental impact report. There is a 10-day appeal period, which ended on Saturday. Well, the 10-day ended on Saturday, but because it was a Saturday, it automatically got extended to Monday the 24th. And on Monday the 24th, the county received 2 appeal forms, one from Protect San Benito County and Center for Biological Diversity, submitted by Andy Chacaron, and the second by Amamutsan Tribal Band and Amamutsan Land Trust, submitted by Sarah Clark of Shumahali. And per section 25.01.008 appeals of the San Benito County Zoning Code, if it's okay with your board, staff will be scheduling a public hearing for the next Board of Supervisors meeting of November 8th. And that's according to the code. And before I go on to my next item, does the board have any questions on this particular item? I know it's a big one, but we will be coming before you on November 8th.
Thank you, Abraham.
You're welcome, Chair Hernandez. The second one is that the Planning Commission has requested informational workshops on some of these major projects that have come before you as a presentation, as informational. And so some of these, or most of these, have an environmental impact report that staff is currently preparing. And before the Planning Commission hears a public hearing on these projects, they have requested a workshop to go before them. And so staff would like to inform you that we have a tentative workshop scheduled with the Planning Commission for Wednesday, November 2nd at 6 p.m. for the landfill expansion. And that's just going to be informational only. No action's going to be taken. It's just to provide additional information to the Commission. The Commission can have questions and open it up for the public for questions as well. But no action would be taken. It's just informational only. And that's tentatively for November 2nd, Wednesday at 6 p.m. here at the board chambers and also via teleconference.
And who's giving that presentation, Abraham?
We'll have the consultants that are assisting us as well as staff to provide that presentation to the commission.
And that's our the attorneys that were here the last time they did the presentation?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, like Bree and also Stan Ketchum. Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Very similar to one of the workshops that occurred at the Vets building, except that we won't break out onto tables. It will just be a presentation.
And do we know where we're at with the EIR? Is that where are we at with responding to the 90 comments?
Yeah. Yes, it was lengthy comments that we received. We are staff is in the process of responding to all of them, and hopefully finalize the EIR or the final EIR. Hopefully a little bit later in the month of November. That's the hope. Yeah.
And is that going to be at 9?
It's going to be the workshop will be Wednesday, November 2nd at 6 p.m.
Oh, 6.
And Abraham, just a reminder, it goes before the Planning Commission for a decision, but it will come before the Board of Supervisors as well. Maybe explain the difference versus, let's say, a beta bill.
Absolutely. So yeah, because for example, with the beta bill was a conditional use permit and a certification of the EIR. And so the Planning Commission has the authority to approve a conditional use permit and to certify the EIR. And if there is an appeal, then it comes to the board. For the landfill expansion, because it consists of a conditional use permit, a certification of the environmental impact report, which can be done by the Planning Commission, but it also has a general plan amendment. General plan amendment can only be approved by the board. And so the Planning Commission can hear the general plan amendment and recommend it to the board. And so what can occur is that the Planning Commission can make a decision on both the conditional use permit, the certification of the EIR, and then recommend the general plan amendment to the board. And pending approval, say if the Planning Commission, for example, approves the conditional use permit and certifies the EIR, it can indicate as a condition of approval for the conditional use permit that it's approved. However, it needs to be the general plan amendment has to be approved by the board in order for it to take effect. Any
Just
other questions on?
No questions, but board, I don't know if, because we have the landfill committee, are we going to have those in attendance? I just didn't want, I wanted to make sure who's going to be going to that workshop.
I certainly attend. I'm going to attend. It's in my district, so that's my
Yeah.
plan. And
I mean, I'd like to attend, but
Okay.
if that works. Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure, because
Okay.
I don't have a room full of board of supervisors.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham.
Thank you, Abraham. Appreciate
you.
it.
We have one more announcement.
Okay.
I appreciate all of you as well. Thank you. The third and final announcement is that one of the other major projects that have been presented before the board is the Lands of Lee project east of Fairview, and that currently the draft EIR had been out for circulation. The 45-day period of public review has been completed. So right now our staff is working on the final EIR, basically responding to all of those comments for Lands of Lee. And so recently, the applicant has requested that a development agreement would be considered as well as part of their proposal. So they are proposing a subdivision, a tentative map, vesting tentative map, and they are also proposing a zone change. And now they have asked recently if they can get a development agreement approved as well. One of the reasonings behind, we do have a draft that we're reviewing currently, and one of the reasons is that they are asking that if it's possible for if approved by the project approved and the DA is approved, the development agreement, that the life of the tentative map is extended. They have requested an extension of 15 years. So that's being reviewed right now. But the hope is that the board can create an ad hoc committee from at least 2 board members, and if it's a desire of the board, Mr. Chair, to also include members of the Planning Commission, that would be okay as well, to review this development agreement and see if it meets the standards of the county's requirements for a development agreement, and also the desires of the community regarding the needs of the community as well. So normally, per Chapter 19 of the zoning code, not the zoning code, the land use code, development agreements can be reviewed, and if requested by the developer, because they are in need of certain criteria, like in this case, extending the life of the tentative map pending approval, then the county can also review and indicate, how the developer can meet the needs of the community as well. So that is a request that we're hoping to have the board consider and create.
So it would be, I guess, incumbent upon the chair to set up these ad hoc. So I hadn't honestly thought about who, so just,
I have a question real quick.
yes.
Is this usual protocol? It seems to me like it usually goes through the process, through the Planning Commission, and then if there's a need for an ad hoc committee, then one gets established. I'm just curious as the process there.
Yeah, we have our assistant county counsel, Joe Allenwood, who can assist. That is one way of doing it, but if it's okay, our assistant county counsel can also provide feedback.
As development agreements are essentially a negotiation between the county and the developer, and it includes not just an extension of the life of a tentative map, but also potential community benefits that in exchange for that longer life for the project's entitlements. And that's a policy-making decision, and that negotiation should occur before the development agreement is presented first for recommendation by the Planning Commission, and then ultimately approval by the board. So what the function of the ad hoc committee would be to advise staff in those negotiations with the developer as to what the desired elements of those community benefits or the trade-offs inherent in the development agreement. Having that input is really critical. I guess the closest analogy would be with the landfill operating agreement, and we have an ad hoc committee advising staff in the negotiations concerning potential amendments to the landfill operating agreement.
Mr. Chair, going back to the Housing Advisory Committee, I think that's a perfect forum that both Supervisor Dirks and I sit on. Mr. Lee brought his project before that commission that consists of 7 individuals, 2 supervisors, a planning commissioner, 2 planning commissioners, and then 3 members from the public. And we gave him some feedback on how to improve it to be more addressing the needs of the RENA numbers. So to create another ad hoc, I think, would just be more work. And I would just propose, if there is a required ad hoc, maybe have Supervisor Dirks and I sit on that to look at it. But we have seen a rough version, and what was presented to us wasn't 100% acceptable by those 7 individuals. And so Mr. Lee was going to go back and revise it. I haven't seen the revision because I did miss one ad hoc, one housing. I had a death in the family, but I know that conversations have been ongoing.
The With respect, Supervisor, the one problem with that is that the Housing Advisory Committee is a standing committee,
Correct?
and it is subject to Brown Act open meeting requirements, whereas an ad hoc committee could meet in confidence with staff and advise in the negotiations without negotiations having to occur at a public meeting. That's the difficulty.
Mr. Chair? Colin, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I can't support having members of the public involved in a negotiation on something like this. That just doesn't make sense to me. And second of all, I think this should be agendized. I feel like this is becoming a in-depth discussion at this point, and we should probably agendize whether we want to go forward with the development agreement, because I think that, and I don't know what the precedent for that is, but it seems like that level of a decision is something that the board should discuss and make a decision as opposed to the chair appointing an ad hoc. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Well, I was just going to say, just putting aside Supervisor Kuzmicki's comment for the moment, what Supervisor Gonzalez is suggesting, I think, could be, because Supervisor Dirks and her have been involved in, granted, a standing committee, but then they might be the natural people, if we do go forward with ad hoc, to be the two representatives, be separately create an ad hoc with those two supervisors. I think that's what you're suggesting might make sense.
But I still question the necessity of the ad hoc being formed in the first place. And I agree with Supervisor Kuzmicki that it should be agendized for discussion. But if it is ultimately found that ad hoc is needed, then I would then propose Supervisor Dirks and myself to sit on that. But again, that's a conversation that still needs to be had.
Just
So-
in light of the conversation right now, maybe staff could start working on the the DA. Could start working on the DA, but agendize it for the next meeting for the appointment of the ad hoc, and then we can bring a proposal and discuss at the next meeting after the ad hoc is formally presented. I know there's some time constraints, but
Well, the board rules of procedure, and
Yeah.
this is something that we've discussed before, but the board rules of procedure authorize the chair to establish and appoint members to the ad hoc without formal action by the board as a whole. And was the basis for the request that we've made today. But if the board desires to agendize that, the threshold decision about whether or not to entertain a development agreement is really the ultimate decision that the board is responsible for based on a recommendation from the Planning Commission. And to essentially say at the outset, without considering the application, without negotiating the terms, to say summarily, the county will or will not entertain a development agreement is problematic.
Why is it problematic? I mean, we don't always do development agreements. Just because the developer's requesting a development agreement doesn't mean that we necessarily have to do it. And again, that's a major policy decision that the board needs to make. I can't imagine sending staff and an ad hoc down a road of creating a development agreement when we don't even know if we want a development agreement.
And
Well-
Mr. Chair, do you think that we could put this on to the
Benito.
next meeting? It is a
Yeah,
full
I
discussion.
need to put
think
it on
this
the
is
next
getting
meeting.
too complex.
Yep.
Just my final question is, Joel, historically, how much have how many times have we actually done this process where it seems at the 11th hour we're bringing forward something that isn't, it's not normal protocol?
Well, development agreements have been approved by the board of Santana Ranch and San Juan Oaks.
Yeah, I'm
are
not
two
saying development
examples-
agreements.
Are
I'm
two
saying
examples of development
Prior to the
Without-
planning
The process,
commission.
the question
Yeah.
might be the
Yeah,
process.
the
what's normal
process is what I'm
process.
the
wondering.
DA agreements are obviously, yeah, they've happened, but the actual 11th hour,
Well, adding this to the entitlement package is a relatively late development by the developer. The initial entitlement package that they had applied for did not include a development agreement. So, and that's created an additional burden on the process, because both the land use law and county ordinance addresses
Yeah.
what the process is for consideration and approval of
Well-
development agreements. But
Yeah,
we
we'll
we
put
did-
it over
We'll bring
to
it
the
back.
next
We need to
meeting.
bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, so I'll respect the will of the board. At the end of the day, I think this should be either handled by the next board, or and ultimately that means we don't do a DA agreement, or we make a decision to, because this is going to delay
Let's just
things, right?
put it on to the next board meeting so we can have a full discussion about the pros and cons of, if that's okay with the board.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Board.
All right, thank you, Abraham. So we have one more item, Mr. Chair. So we have item number 2.2. We, unfortunately for scheduling, we're going to ask to move that to December 13th meeting, regular meeting, as well as there's some corrections on 3.4 out of the clerk's office. We're going to move that to November meeting. So those two items we'd like to push.
2.2 and 3.4.
That's correct. And that's the, all the department head announcements we have.
Okay. Thank you. So on to board announcements. Who wants to go first? Supervisor Tiffany, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Oh, sure.
I know you're excited.
Oh, yeah, always. Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I had the Seniors Council meeting, our advisory committee, and just wanted to pass on that the AAA is just very appreciative of the county's commitment to help fund senior services, and very appreciative of the kicker that we put in, the slight increase annually that we put in to help fund those services. So just passing that on, and I know we're all very supportive of that. Monterey Bay Area Resources District, we're getting $20,000 in grants from MBARD for electrical vehicle replacement, and we are actually eligible for significantly more funds than that. So I have encouraged staff just moving forward to be aggressive with applications for these annual MBARD grants. I just want to make sure that we as a county are getting our fair share. I've sat in these meetings for a couple years in a row where, Monterey County and Santa Cruz County are getting a whole lot more money, and it's basically just taken away from what our share is of that pot of money. And just as a reminder, our drivers contribute to those grants with their registration. There's a dollar amount that goes toward that, so I want to make sure we're getting that. And I did learn also that those dollars are eligible for roundabouts. That's something that came up in the meeting, and being that we're looking at roundabouts, I figured that at least could be one option for an application going forward. And then COG, we're narrowing the candidates for the executive director position, and I sit on a subcommittee that screened the potential finalists for interview slots on that, and the full COG board is expected to interview a finalist on November 14th. Also, COG, we discussed the state Caltrans plans for a wildlife crossing at Highway 101 and Rocks Road. It's a very interesting project, and so that will be kind of rolling out here as we go. It looks like it's very likely going to happen. And I did ask about looking at that turn in the process of looking at the wildlife crossing to make sure we look at that turn that we have at Rocks Road, because it's something that has been expressed to me as a concern from residents as far as the danger level of that turn where residents sort of have to jart out across 101, sit in that middle position, and then jart back onto 101. So I have requested that, and it's something that they actually told me that I would need to request through the county. So I think I've brought it up in passing in the past, but that would be one of the future items that I would like to request today is to bring that back formally to take a look at that crossing and the safety levels of that crossing.
I'm seconding that.
Great, appreciate that. And then as most people know, the turbo roundabout, the very popular turbo roundabout at 25 and 156, they resumed construction on that, so please drive patiently and carefully through construction zones, as well as 156 near San Juan. And then I attended 2 park ribbon cuttings in San Juan Bautista. recently. One was the Franklin Circle opening, the opening of the Franklin Circle Park, and a celebration of the bathrooms that were put in at Veruti Park. And just want to say great job by the City of San Juan on that. The City of San Juan is very committed to providing park space, and they should be lauded for that. And then yesterday attended a meeting with Spectrum and several community members, including Supervisor Dirks, on Spectrum launching some new service in the western portion of the county. It's only 41 homes, but there was discussion on just, really urging Spectrum and other providers that we as a county are more than willing and would like as many partners as we can get to get more broadband service here. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany?
All your discussion about roundabouts, Colin, I'm wondering maybe when there's a dedication of that turbo, we could Supervisor Kosmicki roundabout. What do you think? Anyway.
I don't deserve that.
As usual, busy last few weeks. Continued work on the Best Road water issue, which involves convening various stakeholders, Best Road Water Company officers, as well as people from the state, representative from Robert Rivas's office, Steve from our RMA, and Drew Lander from Sunny Slope Water. We continue to work on that. We had a LAFCO meeting along with Supervisor Gonzalez, and the key areas there have to do with recruitment of a new executive officer, and I know Supervisor Gonzalez will probably touch on that because she just got back from a conference with LAFCO. We also continue to wait with LAFCO a very important decision on whether the City of Hollister will go into contract with Sunny Slope Water District to provide wastewater treatment for certain potential developments including Gavilan College along Fairview. Also, I just wanted to give a shout out to Henny Ring, who's our HR manager, for helping with the executive officer recruitment for LAFCO. Other areas, I attended the Benito Link Forum and a number of other forums speaking out against Measure Q, which will be coming up later today. Also, I attended, along with Supervisor Dirks, the State of the District for the high school. It's very impressive, what the local high school is doing here, San Benito High School, now Hollister High School, which is what it was when I went there, and what I think it should be. So congratulations being called Hollister High School now. Anyway, impressive presentation. Along with Supervisor Dirks, attended the Fire Protection Committee. We're moving forward to looking at exploring the idea of putting together a San Benito County fire district. So that's something that is being pursued. One of the most important things that I've been involved in, probably the most important thing, along with Supervisor Dirks, we both attend a behavioral health board meeting, and then, and I know this is going to be touched on here shortly, an agenda item, but we also spent most of the day in an interview panel for finding a new director for behavioral health department. That was extremely encouraging, and I think we have hopefully some positive news there soon. Also, along with Supervisor Gonzalez, attended a County Facilities Committee meeting yesterday. And it's really was very interesting to hear what's happening with county facilities. It's kind of flying a little bit under the radar with everything else going on. But, as I mentioned in the meeting yesterday, there's truly exciting times for the county. We have both the library expansion, which is moving forward because of the grants that we received, and that's really exciting. That's something that the community's been looking forward to see happen for many, many years. And then also we have the Riverview Regional Park, which is, of course, moving forward as well, and that's a very exciting thing for our community as well. And then lastly, I was just going to mention that this past Saturday, I got my bivalent COVID shot and a flu shot at the same time. I was lucky enough, I think I'm too damn old, so I don't have an immune system, so I don't feel bad when I get these shots. But anyway, I got the shots. And I was just going to encourage everyone out there, to the public, if you haven't gotten it, there's been a pretty slow uptake, but I would encourage people to go ahead and get it. Most people are recommending to do it now so that it's fully in place by the time the holidays roll around, which is just right around the corner. So the timing right now it makes a lot of sense. So I would encourage that. And then last thing, I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to suggest we take something off future agenda. On there is the Old Hernandez Road vacating. And I spoke to people involved, and because there were some changes, that's really no longer necessary. I don't see any need for the staff to spend any more time on that, and so I just thought we might as well get that off of the future agenda items. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, it's been a busy couple of weeks. The last night, or the last day that we had the Board of Supervisors meeting, while all you were able to go to the Benito Link Forum, I chose to attend the Public Safety Appreciation Night at the Elks Lodge, and that was just an awesome event to see most of the first responders there. I crashed the CHP table, and they allowed me nicely to sit there, but I would hope that next year when they plan it, that more of us can be there, because it really was a great opportunity to be there, but I just didn't feel that the first responders received enough thanks and appreciation. Probation was there, Hollister PD, the Sheriff's Office was there, but I just thought it would have been nice for someone from the Board of Supervisors other than myself, and as I said, I kind of just, the District Attorney's Office and the Public Defender. So the county was representative per se in terms of the departments, but not us. And again, I only attended because we got out so early at our last Board of Supervisors meeting. So if we can kind of plan that a little bit better, and maybe some sort of proclamation, appreciation, thank you, something from the county, just a note of thanks.
Future agenda item?
Mm-hmm.
I would second that.
Thank you. I also, I had a lot of conflicts this week with obligations that I had. So I attended the Planning Commission meeting by Zoom, and it was on the same night as my AMBAG. So I called to make sure that AMBAG had quorum so that I could miss that, and they said that was fine. I thought that the Planning Commission was going to be dealing with something that will be coming to our board shortly or possibly, and I wanted to make sure that I was listening in, and I got the feel and the tone of each of the commissioners and their comments, and so that was very informative. I had a meeting with the City of Hollister Councilmember Rick Perez. He had Hollister PD, San Benito Sheriff, Youth Alliance, Youth Recovery, and discussing the issue of overdoses and how the county is going to work collectively together on addressing some of the issues that need to be done. I know that, we're going to get a report from behavioral health and the staffing and so forth. However, we just need to work collectively because there's a major issue out there, the drugs and the overdoses, and we just need to work together as a collective, unified organization, community to be able to tackle the overdoses and the drugs that are coming in. As Supervisor Tiffany had said, I did attend the LAFCO meeting with him, and I also attended the LAFCO conference this week, and I extended my stay where I just came home on Sunday night. So it was nice to drive down Highway 101, and see the SB 1 money improvements. I can't wait to see some more reflection on when we start devoting funds to the roads so that we can be a county that's proud of the conditions of our roads. At the conference, Kate, what's her last name? Kate, was it, I'm going to say McKenna, yes. So she was there, and we passed out the applications for the LAFCO director, and I made a few announcements. So hopefully we'll see people applying for the position. So I'll talk to you, Henny, more about that. But I do know that the individual who was referred by Bill Nicholson, there's a conversation that was taking place, and so we should see an influx of applications coming in for the LAFCO director. I attended a ad hoc, landfill ad hoc meeting with Supervisor Kosmicki, and more will be coming on an agenda item a little bit later on in the meeting, so I won't go into the details. As Supervisor Tiffany had said, we had a facilities meeting yesterday, and it was a great presentation by staff. They gave us the lowdown of what's happening and the work that's being conducted. And as Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, the library expansion is one thing, but what I was excited about was going to be the restrooms at the parks, not only at Vets, but the historical park. Anyone with kids, when you take kids out there, you know you have to have a bathroom, something to be able to wash your hands and then use the facilities. So that was a great presentation for me to hear. And then we got an update on Vets Park and the lighting and the resurfacing, addressing the safety issue of vehicles moving around in that area. So I'm excited about that. And then the last thing that I do want to mention is on October 15th, I attended a meeting that was sponsored by the Strata Verde Development Park. It was there, it was at the Informational Center. And whenever I go anywhere in the community, I always post on Facebook. And somebody reached out to me and said, B, do you realize you're naming all of the elected individuals who attended? And I do that for a reason. I want everyone in the community to know what I'm doing. I'm not hiding anything. And when I go to, whether it's the park, the Strata Verde, a ribbon cutting, I post it. I even have people from the community saying, B, how do you post it so fast? I go, I walk the area, I talk to people, I snap pictures, and then I'll mingle with the crowd. So that's like my first priority whenever I go anywhere. And so at that event, there were more than one supervisors at the various events. There was one at the visitor center, and then it was a continuation, a luncheon at the epicenter. And I tagged everyone who was either at the visitor center or at the luncheon. And I know that there was some concern about a potential Brown Act violation. Let me take some water because my mouth's dry. And I take issue with that. There was no discussion by supervisors about Strata Verde, the project, or any kind of decision. And somebody posted on Facebook that there was a Brown Act violation. There was not. We all sat at different tables. We did not discuss. And I sat at the table with Supervisor Tiffany. And the only conversation that we had is I asked him, are you going to eat the rest of your tri-tip? Because my grandson is eyeing it. That was the only conversation that was had. And so anyone who wants to challenge my integrity or any of the other elected officials that were there, I say, how dare you do that? We did not. And then there was a picture that was taken of the women, elected women, there at the epicenter, and it was shared on Facebook, and they're using that as, see, this is how you can't trust the elected officials. No, that was a picture that shows how strong women can be in San Benito County when we work together. And I'm not ashamed of my post, and I'm not ashamed of that picture that was shared. I'm proud to be one of those women in that picture. And I will continue to be strong and speak my mind and speak my voice. But how dare you challenge my integrity? How dare you? And so the individual who posted that, he know who he is. I don't need to put him out there. But I know I did nothing wrong. So don't anyone try to point a finger at me, because my integrity is high. I would never commit a crime that's going to put me in jail. I taught the GED at the San Benito County Jail, and the first time I heard those doors clank where I was locked in the facility, I knew I would never do anything that would put me in there for reals. So do not try to attribute anything illegal, immoral, or anything to me, because it did not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. Supervisor Dirks?
Okay, I was able to attend AMBAG, and we were going over some of the issues there regionally, and how San Benito, kind of fits into some of those things. There's some grants that are coming forward, and so we're looking forward to seeing how those will be allocated and how San Benito's portion of that will be maybe used. And for those of you who don't know, AMBAG looks at regional housing needs as well as transportation needs to regionally between Santa Cruz County and Monterey County and San Benito County. And then I also was on the MBEP, the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. They put on their State of the Region a couple of weeks ago, Friday, and they asked me to be on the Affordable Housing Panel along with myself and Supervisor Wendy Root Askew from Monterey County, as well as the new director of the Homeless Coalition in Monterey County as well. I believe her name's Allison. And so we were able to be there. It was great. Congressman Panetta was there and spoke. Assemblyman Robert Rivas was there. Senator Laird was there. So there was a lot of really key issues that were being talked about throughout that entire day. Different community-based organizations were represented there. We had some other people from San Benito County. Gary Bryn also talked. He's with Community Foundation here. So he spoke as well on a panel later in the afternoon. It was really great to see all the region come together and really talk about some of the pressing issues that we have between the three different counties and what we're facing. So that was really informative. There were some councilmen also. Freeman was there from San Juan Bautista as well in attendance. So I want to make sure I included that. I was also at the Hollister High School State of the District with Supervisor Tiffany. I have a student who attends Hollister High School. It was really informative, but what was most impressive to me, and always is with my background in education, is the youth that spoke towards the end of the event. They were very impressive, not only with their public speaking skills, but also with their ability to share all of their experiences. And you could see how Hollister High School has benefited from them being there, but also them from being at Hollister High School and the education that they've gotten there as well. So that was really great. As Supervisor Gonzalez mentioned, I was able to attend the luncheon at Strata Verde, hear that information. I went to walk a mile for the Emmaus House. And so that was really great. Both my husband and my son, who is 12, walked in it. They wore flats, though. My son was a little worried about maybe rolling his ankle. He plays basketball. So in any case, but it was really great. We had a lot of people show up for that. It was great to see people supporting the mission, and both Community Solutions and Emmaus House were put that event on together. So that was great. As Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, we did the Fire Protection Committee and looking at a San Benito County Fire District. So we're moving forward in that process and looking at the study for that. I went to a Behavioral Health Board meeting as I'm an alternate on that, along with Supervisor Tiffany, and then Supervisor Tiffany, myself, Sheriff Eric Taylor, and also to John, and I'm not going to remember his last name, but he's the medical director for Madera County. Merced County. And so the four of us sat on a panel. We interviewed 5 highly wonderful candidates, and really we would be, it would be great to have any of those 5 people. And so it's been moved on, and we should be getting an executive director for a behavioral health department very shortly here. So it was very encouraging, as Supervisor Tiffany said, to see not only just the level of candidates, but their outlook for the future of that department as well. And then I attended the Red Ribbon event. So congratulations to Behavioral Health and the Substance Abuse Department there in putting that on. There was many community-based organizations there and support. It was really great to see. As she sold out, they had they sold out for the event, 150 runners. I was able to see lots of my kids' friends were running in it. And there was like, I think a 3-year-old all the way to, somebody in their 70s running or walking in that event. And so that was really encouraging to see that. I attended the chili cook-off event, and that was in Tres Pinos, and Supervisor-elect Curro was there as well. And we were able to taste a lot of chili from a lot of different organizations. And congratulations to Hollister Fire for winning that chili cook-off event. And also, too, it was in honor and in support of Cooper's Crossing. I think I got that right. They're a new community-based organization, and they use therapy with horses for people who have neurologic disabilities. And so it helps them, with their ability to, it's a therapy method that is really great. And it was really encouraging to see them come out and be so successful in getting started. As Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned, I was at the San Juan Bautista Broadband Spectrum. I was only able to be there for a short period of time, but I was able to hear, kind of the gist of it, and looking to see where we can, continue to, increase our broadband. We did receive the LATA grant. Do you want to talk about that for a quick second?
Yeah, we got approval on the LATA grant about a week ago or so, and we're in the process of actually responding, and then at that point we'll move forward. The LATA grant provides engineering, provides the base work to develop what we need to have for broadband in our community. So it's great.
And it's about $500,000.
$500,000.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then I'm meeting with some constituents who live on Lover's Lane to talk about the levy at Lover's Lane on Thursday. So, along with Kim Hawks, so we'll be doing that, which is going to be great. And just looking to see where we're at Lover's Lane, and maybe some things we need to do in the future to make sure that if we do have a huge rain event, that we're not getting some flooding down there, because it looks like there's some work that needs to be done. So we're going to take a look at it. As I mentioned, I was selected to be on the NACO Agricultural and Rural Affairs Steering Committee. I had my first meeting yesterday. We're looking at federal legislation, and I'm going to create a coalition of people here in the community. So if that is something that you'd like to be a part of, if you're in the ag industry, or you do something that talks about rural affairs and want to be a part of that, I'm going to be putting together a roundtable for that. So if you'd like to do that, please contact me to be a part of that, in order to help advise me in the direction that we want to go as well. And then we have some upcoming events, and we have the Spring Grove Fall Festival. There's some things I've already referred to. And I just want to remind people to be safe on Halloween. It's coming up on Monday. And just be careful if you're out with children, or if you're out driving around that night, be careful of all the kids walking around, and be safe. And that is all I have for right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Dirks. I'll make mine very brief. Without repeating, I obviously met with on COG with Supervisor Kosmicki. I did a gender review, obviously, a couple of times, getting ready for this meeting, trying to be efficient. And then went to the ribbon cutting downtown, the Hawkins Company. They had it looks like 4 new businesses: Ross, Boot Barn, Famous Footwear, Ulta. It's obviously a good thing when we're starting to increase retail, which we would hope that we'd have more residents instead of shopping out of town, shopping locally, benefiting our local economy. And then the landfill meeting, we had independently landfill meetings to address the concern, which we're going to actually bring forward. Is it this? So yeah, we're going to bring forward a response to a letter from Waste Solutions. And then I also attended the meeting Supervisor Gonzalez had mentioned, along with Councilman Perez. And the long and short of it is it's obviously good that we figure out what it means to address the issues of opioid abuse, drug addiction, especially with fentanyl. And I actually would like to see if I can get a quick blurb about Halloween, if there's any concerns with behavioral health, or if could you guys share a little bit possibly on the fentanyl? I know that that's a big concern, right? Because a lot of these are coming across, they look like Skittles basically, and it's dangerous. So I know there's a lot of parents concerned about it.
Hi. We don't have much of an update on that. We do understand that that's a concern in our community. We haven't seen anything come across through behavioral health. There's actually been a decrease in opioid diagnoses for our department that we've seen, but definitely want to be on the lookout for anything that might be suspicious in your candy, for your child's candy. So I think in our community right now, we're not seeing anything drastic or big, which is a good thing.
Thank you. Yeah, and obviously we're going to get an update about behavioral health. So that's all I have. Thank you, board. If we can move on to public comment. This is an opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda, so no action may be taken. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Roxy Montana.
Good morning, and thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity, Chairman, supervisors, staff. My name is Roxy Montana, and I'm here with a row of the 2021-2022 grand jurors. There's 6 out of a body of 19, and I'd like to remind the public that the grand jury is the most independent body in government with subpoena powers. And the grand jury writes their report with recommendations, findings and recommendations, and 90 days after that report is released, which was in September, the responses are due from staff. So we look forward to reading those. Thank you very much. And we'd also like to let the public know that the grand jury report, and I should say plural, there are 22 years worth of grand jury reports and responses in all of those except this past. And those are available on the county website, and that's cosb.us. There is a grand jury page, and included on that is also an application, which we are going to be recruiting year-round. And we'd like to let everyone know that there are 12 reports that were issued, and those include law enforcement, behavioral health, human resources, and other departments overseen by the CAO. And the reports are important for not only the elected officials to read, but also for the public, who is really wanting to be more informed other than social media and poster signage. So we really urge you to check us out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Wolander.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jessica Wolander, and I am here as a representative of the Community Action Board. The Community Action Board has the honor of working with CSWD under Health and Human Services. And while I'm impressed by so much of the work they're doing, today I wanted to highlight some of the efforts around homelessness in San Benito County and some of the strategies we've been discussing to address it. I know you've all been very supportive of these efforts in the past, and we are so grateful for your support and hope we can count on you moving forward as well. So San Benito participates in the Continuum of Care Lead Me Home plan, which is a 5-year plan to reduce homelessness by 50%. A CAB representative has been participating in the Homeless Task Force meetings, and the Homeless Task Force recently had a retreat and discussed strategies about how to accomplish this goal. Most importantly, we need permanent housing. That's the biggest issue we need to tackle. Transitional and emergency housing in San Benito is a need, and it's incredibly important, but it will not solve homelessness. We need to build additional permanent housing units to expand housing opportunities for our unsheltered and low-income residents. CAB works closely with the staff in support of these projects that will provide permanent housing. And some of the possibilities we've been looking at are purchasing hotels and converting hotel rooms into studio apartments, or building a tiny house village. And these projects take a long time. They're longer term solutions, but I personally believe they're definitely worth looking into and discussing. Because the bottom line is that our unhoused neighbors need to be treated with dignity, and permanent housing is a huge part of that solution. Other programs we've been discussing are a safe parking program, which is especially important given that we recently learned through the homeless census that was just conducted this past January that 67% of our unsheltered residents in San Benito County live in their RV or vehicle. We've also talked about a county-sanctioned encampment. And not only will both of these give people a safer place to be and access to essential services, they'll also help us to know where people are so we can provide additional support services to all of them. However, in order to do that, we need an outreach team. If we're going to reach people in all the current encampments, which are spread throughout the county, we need an outreach team. And this would allow us to create consistency, which would allow us to build relationships and gain people's trust so we can link them to essential resources in the county. That's a big void in the county right now. So to accomplish all of this, we need funding. I know there's a lot that needs funding in this county, and I hope you will continue to prioritize the needs of our unsheltered neighbors as you decide how to move forward with that. So sorry for going over time. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Perez. Anthony Bodello.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and Board. My name is Anthony Botello, and I'm here to speak about Measure R for a bit, which was placed on our ballot very tragically for the county. I think it's been very well established that Frank Berrigan has fraudulently been able to get the signatures, place a measure detailing a buffer around Tri-Cal, which is not required by any state or local agency for safety, was not requested by Tri-Cal. Measure R is very well funded by outside people, Phil Taylor and his friends down south. And one of the things that is very concerning is that, yes, they are, handle agricultural materials. They're toxic, no question, but we have over 300 sites of various reportable hazardous materials that are used in various industries, agriculture, and so forth in our county. Measure R may have some real profound effects on not only Tri-Cal and uses out in that area, but also other parts of our county that was unintended. And so I just want to bring that to the attention of this board that, this measure is very concerning to those of us in business that use materials, and that this could have some ramifications for other areas of the county. So anyway, more to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Do not make decisions on fear for your own political career. For today's constituents, remember policy before politics. For you are here to make tough decisions for what is best for the entire county's future, not for tomorrow, but for when you are long gone and forgotten. I would appreciate it. The citizens of the San Benito County would appreciate it that you would respect the grand jury report and do not dismiss it. As other Board of Supervisors have been able to correct some of the issues brought forth by the grand jury reports, please do not allow this to happen under your term. Please, it's been more than a year and a half that I have and other people have come forward to ask you to please get rid of that phallic symbol in front of chambers. I was speaking with Supervisor Dirks at the luncheon that was held by Strada Verde. I was talking to her and she with Fiona Ma. And it occurred to me, the idea was like, wow, a top female politician with a top female politician here in San Benito County. So I said, hey, let's get a picture. So I went and I gathered all the other female supervisors and supervisor-elects and had a picture taken of them all to prove that the future of San Benito County is female leadership. And someone took it upon themselves to claim that there was a Brown Act violation. I sat at the table with Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Gonzalez. Supervisor Dirks sat at the table by herself without any elect supervisor. Elect Supervisor Sotelo sat by herself in another table, as well as Supervisor-elect Angela. I'm sorry, I forgot Angela's last name. Thank you. No one of these individuals ever violated the Brown Act. No questions were asked to them. They were not asked questions about actually any policy going on. They did not ask questions when we were at the meeting at the presentation. So for someone to take out of context what happened that day is really ridiculous. And for others to follow along is also really absurd. So please, as supervisors, when you sit together, it doesn't mean that you're violating the Brown Act when you attend a public event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy McGrady.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Stacy McGrady, District 1. Just very briefly, I read an article recently about some road work that's been approved on Highway 25. I understand this is probably state funding, but it's the repair to the segment of road just this side of San Benito Lateral, which is reported to be $11 million for repair for a quarter-mile section of roadway. And I just don't know how we can look at that and say, oh yeah, that seems fine. That's normal. This is how we should do things. We cannot accept this level of spending of our government funds, which is my funds. This is my taxpayer money being used for this section of roadway. And we just can't normalize this. We can't accept this as being okay or, yeah, that's fine. This is how we should do business. We just can't do it. We just have to look at these things and say, where are we going sideways? What's going on with this? It was $9 million a couple years ago. Some friends of mine who live out in the area said they would gladly do the work for much less money than that. So please look at this. Please hold our state accountable for our spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wayne Norton. No? Okay. Graham Mackey? Okay. No other public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Item number 1, public hearing. So it is 10:15. We're officially opening up the public hearing for Health and Human Services. I believe that's Enrique Arreola.
Actually, it'll be Tracy Belton,
Tracy.
and she's on Zoom.
Zoom, yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. If you could put up our PowerPoint, that would be great. So just to lead you into this conversation, unfortunately, Deputy Director Enrique Arreola, who was prepared to do this presentation, is out ill today. So I will be filling in for him and doing the best that I can to walk through this public hearing. So we are here today for a public hearing for the permanent local housing allocation. Next slide. The purpose of this hearing is to present the permanent local housing allocation plan and provide citizens an opportunity to comment on the proposed plan. Next slide. So I can't really see this slide. It's a little bit cut off. Give me just 1 second. So some background information on this is the state of California announced in August 17th of 2022, the availability of the funds named the 2022 Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program. In 2017, Governor Brown signed a $15 billion housing package aimed at addressing the state's housing shortage and high housing costs. It included the Building Homes and Job Act, which established a $75 recording fee on real estate transactions with an overall purpose of increasing the supply of affordable homes in California. The intent of the bill is to provide a permanent ongoing source of funding to local governments for housing-related projects and programs that assist in addressing the unmet housing needs of the local communities. There were several threshold requirements to have an adopted housing element, have all annual progress reports filed for compliance with the law, submittal of evidence that the public had an adequate opportunity to review and comment on the 5-year plan prior any local action by the County Board of Supervisors, make available the 5-year plan to the public via the public notice posted on October 14th of 2022, and submittal of the PLHA application plan must be authorized, excuse me, by the governing board of the applicant. So there were several eligible activities that were allowed under this PLHA program. They're identified here. I'll just read through them briefly. Assisting persons who are experiencing homelessness. And I just wanted to just comment on this one. As you all know, we just completed our census and there was a 28% increase of homelessness in our county. The pre-development, development, acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of multifamily residential, live, work, or rental housing. The pre-development, development, acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of affordable rental units and ownership housing, including accessory dwelling units, ADUs, matching portions of funds placed into local or regional housing trust funds, matching portions of funds available through the low and moderate income housing asset fund, capitalized reserves for services connected to the preservation and creation of new permanent supporting housing, and accessibility of modifications in lower income owner occupied housing. There's a 5-year allocation. We're eligible to receive a 5-year allocation not to exceed $727,093. The NOFRA represents the 3rd year of funding for the years of 2019, 2020, and 2021. In addition, it is estimated that the county will receive an approximate $108,767 for the year of 2022 and 2023. And that's just a rough estimate based off of their calculations. Our 5-year plan, that after reviewing several of the options, due to the increase, as I stated, in the need to provide services to the homeless community members. As you're aware, we as a county have been working diligently on addressing homelessness in our county and to provide more, in an effort to provide more outreach services to the homeless communities. We have an emergency shelter that we operate that needs funding to continue to operate, rapid rehousing case management and supportive services, and housing placements and rental assistance. This will help benefit the lower income persons up to 15 to 60% of the area median income. Here's the funding year, the 5-year plan of the funding allocation we will use, how we will use this money in the 5-year plan. You can see there identified different, what we just talked about: street outreach, emergency shelter capital costs, rapid rehousing, rental assistance up to 6 months, and supportive and case management services. I'm not sure if many of you are aware, but the county, we do have a strike team that we've tried to put together without funding, usually some of our current staff. We would like to provide more. This will help and assist us do more street outreach and to try to address more homelessness in the moment. So at this time, the action that is needed is we need to adopt the resolution approving the 5-year PLHA plan, authorizing the submittal of the grant application to the state of California, and allow for the public to comment on the 5-year PLHA plan. So that's it for our presentation. Happy to attempt to answer any questions and listen to public comment.
Well, before we go to the board, if we can get public comment, please.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes. So Tracy, has the county applied for the funding?
The previous funding?
Yes.
This is our first time applying for the funding, and it will cover the 5-year plan. According to Deputy Director Adiola, we weren't aware of the initial years, but this will let us get granted the 5-year funding. So we won't miss out on any funding.
I asked is, while I was in LA at the LAFCO conference, I received an email from Senator Caballero's office, and it was a reminder that the deadline had been extended to November 30th, but there were 150 jurisdictions who had not taken advantage of this application process to achieve those funds, and it was 131 million across the state. So as I was sitting there in the training sessions, I was asking individuals what jurisdiction they were from, and I sat across the table from the mayor of Seaside, and I was able to send him the link because his city was on the list. There was another individual from Greenfield that was sitting next to me, so I sent him the link, and there was another individual from a county, and so collectively, just at that table, there was about 350,000 that I was able to send the link right away because they weren't aware of. And I did see that the city of Hollister was on there to the tune of 180,249. So I immediately sent that email from Senator Caballero's office to Councilmember Perez, Councilmember Morales, and to Brett Miller. So I'm hoping that the city doesn't lose its opportunity, but that was 180,000. I just wanted to make sure we applied because we weren't on the list. I always look for, when emails like that come out to see, have we missed the deadline? Are we, did we miss something? And I didn't see us, so I just wanted to make sure that you had applied. But I was just concerned to see some of the other municipalities local to us. I kind of wanted to get on the phone and call everybody, but I was kind of busy trying to take in the entire content of the conference. But I did what I could at the table, but thank you for that.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Yeah, we received the email as well, and so it has helped us push this along. So thank you for that.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, I had a question. So is the city of San Juan Bautista potentially on that list? And if Supervisor Gonzalez doesn't know, I'm just wondering if... Okay. Just maybe we can double check on that. And then I'm wondering, I'm really glad that we're pursuing these grants. I want our county to be 100 out of 100, 100% on the score sheet as far as applying for grants. But I'm a little concerned that, when I hear that we missed the boat and now we're kind of catching up. That's fantastic that we are. But I'm just wondering if there's some sort of mechanism we can employ. I don't know exactly what that looks like, just to ensure that we are applying for all of the potential grant dollars that we can possibly get. think just historically, we've you know, we're a small county, we have a small staff, so that's not critical at all, the staff. I'm just wondering, what can we do to really make sure that we're getting all the grant dollars from the state and feds that we can possibly get? I brought up earlier the Monterey Bay Air District, so I just know that we're losing some dollars here and there. And I don't know if anybody can chime in. Is there a mechanism? Is this something for our lobbyist, our grant writer?
Yeah, and I think we've had a few discussions. What we can do is bring this item back to the board, but I can tell you that there's publications this big, if not bigger, of all the grants that are out there. So we have to be focused on what what will work, what we'll qualify for. So there is a lot of discussions internally, and we just can't go after all of them. It's impossible. I'll be frank with you. We went after, I don't know how many bridges, I think 11, 12 bridges at one time, and we just couldn't do the work. And that was a huge, huge issue. We could have been actually obligated to pay back millions of dollars, but we were able to work with the state, Caltrans, and get that moving forward. So there's some caution with that, but I think we could talk and be strategic about it. I think it's important.
Yeah. I even think using some sort of consultant, the investment would be worth the cost. Just considering what we're potentially missing out on in grants. It's just something that is a concern of mine generally, that I just want to make sure that we're not losing out on dollars as a small county that's already strapped for cash. And then as far as the report goes, a great job by staff. We're pursuing these dollars, and I completely agree with the use of the money should be just all in on homelessness. And just to go back to the prior speaker from the CAB, Jessica, thank you for your service on the CAB, and everybody that serves on the CAB. And I just, hearing that reassures me that I think our community generally is on the same page when it comes to how we want to address homelessness, what we need to do to address homelessness. We need more shelter space. We need more permanent housing. We need an outreach team, which this could accomplish, will accomplish, hopefully. And, even though it's politically not popular, I've been advocating for the last year, almost year and a half, for some sort of safe parking, safe encampment zone. When we find the right place to do that, we need to do that. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Dirks? Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that one plan, I think everyone up here knows this, but one area that we do get help in terms of making sure we're on top of grants, RCRC is really good about keeping us on top of things, whether it be, I can think of a number of grants that, they're on your butt if you're not on top of it. CSAC also just recently, I know, set up a whole grant program where they're making counties aware of grants that are available. So we are getting some assistance from those associations, but I totally agree with you, Supervisor Kuzmicki. You don't want to miss any money that's on the table. Just a quick question, Tracy. For clarification, in the resolution it says accept the grant if awarded. I kind of have the impression the money's there and it will be awarded, or there's still some question about it?
Excellent question. I believe it's already been awarded. I think that's just standard language that's put in there to give us authority. But County Council, can you maybe comment on that? I'm not sure if you're aware. I know Irma's helped us through this one.
Yeah, what I'm bringing up is in the resolution, or at least the recommendation, it says, authorizing to accept a grant if awarded, and it sounds like the money's there. So I'm not saying we need to change it. I just wanted clarification to make sure that.
When awarded.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
I don't imagine it's going to change anything, but okay. But Tracy, the point is the money is there. It's ours.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's an ongoing allocation that we'll be receiving.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so what is the will of the board? Can I get a motion to approve the item if there's no other further questions?
All motion to approve the item as presented.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
So it's 10:29, we close the public hearing onto regular agenda. This is also behavioral health. The Director of Behavioral Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to invite up
Yeah.
Penny Ring. She'll be opening up this particular agenda item, and then we'll pass it on to Rachel and Trickerzell. Mike, you get to press the button. Thanks.
Oh, well, need a green light, right?
Uh-oh.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Henny Ring with Human Resources. Here to bring the first agenda item. It's going to be kind of a collaborative thing, so I'll start first with some updates regarding the Director of Behavioral Health recruitment. Also talk a little bit about the organizational assessment that is being done, and a little bit about department updates, and then Behavioral Health will follow up with some more detail with that. Let me begin with, on September 13th was the last update I gave to the board regarding the Director of Behavioral Health recruitment, with a total of 11 applications that were received. Since then, on October 7th, the members of the Behavioral Health Board reviewed the applications, and 6 candidates were identified and pushed through to oral interview. On Friday, October the 21st, 5 candidates actually interviewed by the panel. The panel was Supervisor Tiffany, Supervisor Dirks, Sheriff Taylor, and then Dr. John Yarbrough is his name, from Merced County, helped us out from behavioral health there. Very successful. Those candidates did very well. Right now, Human Resources is currently in the final stages of setting up the final interviews. There's several participants that will be pushed through, but I don't have any details more than that, other than haven't sent out notices yet, so I want to be very careful with what I say there. So we are currently working on that, so hopefully in the next few weeks we'll have a decision made. Yay. In addition to the recruitment process, the consultants from MRG who have been working on the organizational assessment for behavioral health, they're in the finishing stages as well. They did provide us a draft report. On Thursday, October the 20th, MRG gave the Behavioral Health Board an overview of the assessment. From that, admin and human resources have been working on many of the issues that were identified during that interviews that the MRG had done with staff. And so we've been pretty aggressive with meeting with staff. Both CAO Espinoza and myself have been at Behavioral Health quite a bit. We've done a lot of one-on-one meetings with staff. In addition, MRG has suggested is kind of putting out some fires that were there. We have set up a labor management team. Basically, it's the management for behavioral health, as well as myself and my assistant, or my analyst, Elvia, and also with SEIU and some of the stewards on the SEIU team. We're meeting every 2 weeks to kind of go over any operational things that need to be clarified. What we've done is just kind of address things head on so that we can kind of help with some of the concerns that staff have had. Any clarification is to be provided, as well as helping management kind of understand those employees' concerns. Some of the things that we've done is talked about scheduling. We've kind of cleaned up some things a little bit. There was an iPad that they were using to go in and out for checking in. We've dismantled that. That is completely gone now. Some other things with policies and procedures, some things with dress code, some safety. We've also kind of clarified some things like leave without pay. So these are things that were kind of on the hot topics for staff that we wanted to address and make sure that we either were figuring out what we need to do to move forward, eliminate things, or even add some of their suggestions that have been very helpful with management as well. So I just wanted to kind of give you an update on that. Again, we're meeting every 2 weeks with labor management. It's been very successful. I've been very excited about that, just so we can just kind of help with the day-to-day operations and just make sure that we're dealing with concerns and things that employees have, and just to work together collaboratively. So it's been great. With that, I don't have much more. If anyone has any questions regarding the recruitment or the assessment part, I'm available for that. If not, I'll segue over to behavioral health management, and they'll provide some additional information regarding staffing.
Thanks, Annie. Appreciate
Thank
that.
Thank you, Annie. So we wanted to provide an update on some of the initiatives that we've been launching at Behavioral Health. And as it has been discussed before, we've experienced a high turnover in the department, specifically for licensed and license waivered clinicians for both the children, youth teams and the adult and older adult teams as well. And so we wanted to give you a quick update that we currently, throughout the department, have a 30% vacancy rate, but a 40% vacancy rate in those teams specifically. And we've experienced difficulties in recruiting or retaining licensed and license waivered clinicians, with 9 out of the 21 positions currently vacant as of 10/17. And among clinicians and during the exit interview process that we have, the most communicated reason for leaving our department or declining a job offer with our department are due to the county's salary for this position and the employee's responsibility towards healthcare contributions. And another trending reason for clinicians is also the requirement to respond to crisis, as is delineated in their job description, but while also having to carry a caseload. So although the workforce problem is not a unique issue to San Benito County, it's actually being felt throughout the state, across the board. All counties are having the same types of issues. So we've had to identify what we can do right now to be able to remedy some of those issues. And we've identified 2 possible solutions. One would be to move towards a hybrid of in-house and outsourced network providers via an RFP to provide the coverage necessary for network adequacy as defined by the Department of Healthcare Services. And 2 would be to establish a mobile crisis unit to alleviate the crisis role and workload of the current staff. The first suggestion is the hybrid of outsourced network providers and in-house network providers. That would be done through an RFP. We're prepared to put that together and launch it as soon as possible. And then the crisis mobile team won't affect our current budget, since we will be using already budgeted vacant positions for this initiative. Their role will just change to specifically being a mobile crisis unit. And we've been working with admin, and we've been working with the human resources to develop some of these solutions, and we'll continue working collaboratively with them and the Behavioral Health Board, as well as Henny mentioned SEIU. We've been working with them as well. And we're hopeful that moving forward with these options will help ensure that the community receives what necessary services that they deserve, and also show the community that we've listened to them in their requests for expanded services within the community. And due to time constraints and staff shortages, and also the risk of us being non-compliant with network adequacy, we're requesting confirmation from the board, if desired, to make this a departmental priority over all other departmental priorities until we can resolve the issue that's at hand.
Thank you, Griselle and Rachel. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight, I've been there a lot as well, and as Henny mentioned, I think these are things that we've been listening to the public about, as well as reading some of the reports that we received, and also listening to staff. It's extremely important that we address these staffing issues, and you'll be receiving an RFP to your board very soon. And I know Henny's been working diligently on a lot of things, but this one in particular with regards to the crisis mobile team, because there's definitely a need to get out to people's houses and to address the issues that was just discussed earlier from your board. So with that, I wanted to thank staff who've been working hard, and we just wanted to provide this update to your board.
So before we go to the board, if we can go to the public, please.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisor. It seems that our new human resources person has been thrown into the fire, unfortunately. Okay. The community has been asking for years for local access. I've been coming before you for years, every time, and it seems like it's almost every month that behavioral health comes forward with a contract for outside services, and they come before you today in their presentation and asking you or telling you that they're going to go out and they're going to go seek out outside help. They have 16 administrative assistants to 36 clinicians. That's not new. Why do we have, and what is it that these administrative people are doing for 36 clinicians with 40% of vacancies? Top-heavy management without the correct education, experience to be leading here. They failed a state audit. This is damage control that's coming before you, and it's a Band-Aid. And do not, please do not join the public health department with behavioral health. It's a sinking ship, and you're going to put it upon her to try to save this. Please make sure that the applicants that you are currently interviewing are not already currently connected in any way whatsoever with current staff, because that is the issue that was brought forth in the grand jury report. Nepotism and cronyism. We have a problem here, and you all must try to correct it. And right now, this is just a Band-Aid, as I've said. How many of these people actually have the credentials to be leading? It's my understanding that none of them do. And out of all the clinicians and out of the staff, the administrative people, how many have drug substance abuse credentials? This department has been failing the county for years. This is nothing new. Please, when you hire someone that's going to come in and they're going to have to clean this department, this is not personal. When I come up here before you, I don't come up here picking on someone personal. This is regarding issues, and they have to be corrected. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you. Let me just make a couple comments. While there's no question that there's been many issues that we're all well aware of with behavioral health, we obviously need to move forward. And I'm encouraged by what was coming before us today as far as a positive step moving forward. I've been on the Behavioral Health Board for the last 2 years, most of the last 2 years, and two of the areas that consistently came up was the difficulty in finding clinicians. I think generally I believe we have 21 clinicians ideally that we would have, and basically since I've been on the Behavioral Health Board, it's been we've always had somewhere around 9 or 10, so roughly half, if not less than half. I think currently we're around 9. As was mentioned, this is a statewide problem. It's not just San Benito County. It's very hard to attract clinicians. But what has not helped is that many of the clinicians that we have tried to get or retain, it's difficult for them to carry a full caseload, as well as then have to serve as on a crisis team over the weekends or at night, which has been the way it's been set up with the Behavioral Health Department for, I gather, many years. And so the idea of creating this separate mobile crisis unit, not only being mobile, but actually hiring separately to have personnel for that area is not only going to make the county more effective in meeting the needs of our public, but also it will help in terms of reducing the caseload of those clinicians that we do have, as well as make it more likely we'll be able to attract new ones. So I think, frankly, I would agree. A lot of this is long overdue, but we are where we are, and we have to move forward in a positive way. I think this is a very positive step, and I'm glad to see it happen. Also, the idea of working with a network of outside providers. Again, this is something that many counties do. And I've been a strong advocate for this since I got on the board, is that we work much more collaboratively with community-based organizations, nonprofits, that in many cases can provide services more effectively that we cannot, either because we don't have staffing, or in some cases they're just more in tune with where the community is. And so it makes a lot of sense to see collaboration with other organizations. I think in the past, we as a department have not done that nearly enough, and I'm really encouraged that it's something that we're going to move forward with much more. And I might add that in the interview process, Supervisor Dirks and I were on this past Friday, in talking to the candidates we spoke to, every single one of them spoke about how important it was to have collaboration within the community with community-based organizations, so you can provide better services. So anyway, I'm very very supportive of this direction, and I think it's a very positive move for this department. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Okay. I just want to say first and foremost that I agree with the speaker that we have to make sure we listen to the grand jury report. The first year that I was on the board, I sat on the Behavioral Health Board with Supervisor Tiffany, and when I became chair, I had to remove myself from that board because, in my opinion, it had become so dysfunctional that I could not hold back my criticism and my critiques. And so when Supervisor Dirk was sworn in, I asked if she would go ahead and take over the role that I was. I couldn't be open-minded because I just saw so many things that were wrong there. And I fully support what the grand jury report indicates. And as Supervisor Tiffany said, we must move forward in a positive direction. But if we're making the same mistakes, it's not going to be a positive direction. So we need to be mindful of where we're going, who we're hiring, and making sure that behavioral health is partnering with the local nonprofits who, as Supervisor Tiffany said, can deliver the services more effectively than our own behavioral health can. I'm so happy about the mobile crisis unit team that has to be there. We also need to work with the intern program and the MSW interns because, again, I know that we're staffed. The numbers are low for the clinicians, but the interns can do so much more while they're attending a school. But since we don't have that position filled, we can't even utilize a intern program. So again, I just suggest that we look at the grand jury report, make sure we adhere to all of the recommendations, and we do it sooner than later. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not going to repeat. I mean, I want to be mindful of everyone's time here, but I fully support everything that Supervisor Tiffany said. And obviously the, issues that Supervisor Gonzalez has brought up. we believe, we're addressing those issues by moving forward in such a way. Having Ray and Henny there has been really strategic as well in order to provide support to staff there. I appreciate the work that you're doing in conjunction with management and SEIU to make sure that everyone's issues are being addressed and that we're moving forward in a positive manner. In addition to the grand jury report, we're going to be looking at what the consultants came back with as well. So that we can make the best decisions for the county. We are a small county, but that doesn't mean that we have to provide small services. And I think everyone is moving forward in a direction now that is going to make sure that we do provide the best services we can together. Utilizing community-based organizations. There's a lot of different counties that do that, and we need to do that more. There needs to be, we have limited resources here as far as the behavioral health department goes in and of itself, but we don't have limited resources in our community. And so capitalizing on that, utilizing those resources is really important, and everyone's getting on the same page. And so this way we can move forward in a way that makes sense for all the residents in our county who need to utilize behavioral health. As we all know, with the pandemic, it's really shined a light on the issues that are there. I'm just really excited to be a part of the process that's helping make those changes and supporting the changes that are being done. The candidates that we have for behavioral health, all just to reiterate, every single one of them talked about collaborating with community-based organizations. If we're going to provide rounded care, we need to be able to do that. There are some people who specialize in things that much better than others, and we're capitalizing on that moving forward. That is the goal, and we're doing that. And whoever's going to be selected as our Director of Behavioral Health, they understand that that's a priority, and that is a priority for them as well. So just to, because I don't want to say anything I can't say about that particular process, but in any case, this really is, priority of not just Supervisor Tiffany and myself, but the entire Behavioral Health Board as well. And I believe there's, commitment on, with some of the management team too, to move forward. And, we're getting everyone on the same page there. So that is what we're doing. We're addressing those issues and moving forward in a positive way.
Supervisor Cosmic.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm glad to see we have more candidates, more qualified candidates. It's very, very big news, very good news. It goes without saying though that we have to just continue to expedite and prioritize this process and make sure that we're getting a good director in and also doing it in an expedient fashion. I know that we're doing that. I know Ray and Henny have been spending a lot of time at behavioral health. I know that because it seems like every time I call Ray, he's at behavioral health. It's taken some time, but I am very, very confident that this board and the leadership in our county understands that the behavioral health department is a priority. There are issues to address. There have been issues to address. Unfortunately, it takes a very long time to hire a director, it seems, and especially in the economy that we're in. It's just a very unfortunate circumstance, but I'm very optimistic that we are finally headed in the right direction. And then as far as the vacancy issue, I strongly support moving forward with an in-house mobile crisis team as opposed to going out for an RFP. I just feel like it's very important to keep tabs and accountability on this type of a role, and also want to make sure that we can use outside subvention funds. That's really key. I understand that there are situations where going to community-based organizations might make sense, but I also want to make sure that if we go that route that we're able to use the state and federal dollars that are directed toward behavioral health as opposed to using our very, very scarce general fund dollars that we need to fix the roads, that we need to pay our employees and get our health insurance to a point where it's acceptable. So other than that, from a service standpoint, I'm glad to see we're going in this direction, and I also do support making sure this is a priority, a top priority for the department, along with the hiring of the behavioral health director. Mobile in-house crisis unit is very, very important, and the bottom line, coming back to why I think we should create an in-house team, is that this problem is not going away anytime soon. It may never go away, and we have to have the tools available to address it. Thank you.
I actually had a agenda review meeting with my CAO at the behavioral health building, because that's the only place I could find them. So, yeah, I mean, without being redundant, obviously there's issues. The county's working on it. That's why this organizational assessment happened. And I know there's a lot of engagement from the staff and ultimately administration to be able to address these issues. And some of the things are limited, right, as far as addressing, because if it like Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned, if these funds are federal, which have restrictions on the ability of use. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think the fact that there's been an intentional attitude to be proactive to address these issues and ultimately come up with not just getting a behavioral health director, because really ultimately that's where it all starts, but the crisis team and you know, the new way of the updates that even Henny gave, right? So this is a top priority. The county is doing its best. But Supervisor Tiffany, I think I agree. I mean, RCRC, I wish, could go to bat for us a little bit more as far as rural counties being able to manage resources, because that is the issue in small counties. I would say the issue is the standard across the state as far as funding, especially with the downturn and inflation and costs. But even more so in a small county that usually gets less priority than a bigger city where the population density is higher, and obviously the representation is going to speak louder there, because just by per capita. So we're doing the best that we can, and I appreciate the focus. But I do agree with Supervisor Gonzalez. We need to make sure that at the end of the day, we're protecting our community. Thank you. So, what is the will of the board?
That was just an update report.
Oh.
Unless you guys had some other direction, but I think we're moving forward with what we discussed. If that's the will of the board, good deal. Okay, no more comment. We go on to item 2.3. So, presentation resolution for first five. Lisa Vonka.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Henny.
Good morning, Chairman Hernandez and supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to present today. I appreciate Supervisor Dirks, Supervisor Gonzalez, and county staff for elevating this issue to get on the agenda. I sent a 25-slide presentation that I never planned on presenting today. I'm cutting it down to 4. But I did want you to see that First Five invests in evaluation, and we look at the community every year and look at the indicators and see where we need to address and promote services. So I wanted to share that with you. So I'll make sure that you either already have it or you'll get it. So we're going to just try to answer the who, what, when, and why in 4 slides. So I'm here today to ask for your partnership as a planning partner for a project that the Resiliency Network prioritized. The Resiliency Network, first of all, I'm Lisa Faulkner, I'm the Executive Director of First Five. And First Five has pulled together a coalition of partners in an effort to look at the continuum of care that we provide to families and children. And at a strategic retreat this year, what they prioritized is 1, fast-tracking and expanding behavioral health services. So I came before you about a month or so ago and asked for a resolution for a community resiliency center. That's not what I'm here for today. That grant application is pending. I'm very hopeful about it, and thank you for your support on that. But I'm here today to ask for your participation in a coalition of partners that are coming together to ground a community center. So the community center would be, it would look something like maybe First Five would go ahead and raise funding to purchase land. A visual that I'm using for a land purchase might be a property like the one on Hillcrest that was a potential Lowe's site.
And then what we would do is gather together other partners that have existing projects or that are interested and have access to sustainable funding. I don't know if you all know the park on the way to LA. There's a Lost Hills Park. It has public facilities, it has classrooms, different age playgrounds, and it's connected through the parks. And I know that right now, as we're recovering as a community from COVID, there is a lot of grants for facilities. And there's precedence in the state. Supervisor Gonzalez and I and a group went up and visited East Bay. And in East Bay, First Five has partnered with parks, and they brought together a really nice project for the community. So we're proposing something like that. And I was asked by a lot of people before I presented, am I asking for money? I've never come before you and asked for money in the 12 years I've been the executive director. We receive a service contract from Health and Human Services for staffing that we provide for child abuse prevention. But I've never, ever asked you for money for First Five, and I'm not doing that today. But I do come here often, at least 3 or 4 times a year, and ask for your support, because funders and people that invest in us as a community need to know community leaders are behind this project. Without that kind of support, it doesn't make us strong in our efforts to raise money. I could envision this project costing over $100 million if all the partners over time came to the land, and whether it's a college, a community college, whether it's a library, this is the scale that we're envisioning, but we're going to start out in phases. So I presented, if you could go to the next slide. So while I'm waiting there, thank you for that. I'm supposed to be standing over there. Okay, let's see how it goes. I might not need those last slides. So we presented to the city, and I was happy that they unanimously supported us. We presented to the Community Action Board, and they voted to move forward. We're talking with the food bank. First Five has dedicated my time to this project for the next 7 years over the strategic plan. I received emails back after our presentation with the library. The Friends of the Library are excited about this project. So I'm hoping that you'll dedicate staffing to be a planning partner to move this project forward. I think what is on the next couple of slides you have in your slide deck, the 25 slides, and what those are, they're going to talk to you about the social determinants of health. Let me just say it simply that I went to a presentation by an economist that won the Nobel Peace Prize. His name was James Heckman. He was in Monterey last week, and First Five sponsored his presentation. And what he's talking about is we used to invest in a fractured way into the community. And when we do that, we didn't see we didn't close the gap between vulnerable populations that are at risk and other populations that were a little well-to-do. And so what he affirmed for us is that there's certain ways to invest in the community, that if you're a child born in poverty, if these environments are there and these services around and these educational opportunities and rich experiences, you can close the gap between a child that was born in poverty and one that wasn't. So we're going to adopt we're going to address the social determinants of health, and the Resiliency Network will continue to fill in the continuum to address the needs that our family and children have. So I think I'll just make sure that I answered all your questions and leave some time for a discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. If we can go to the public comment, please.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Adam Mendoza.
Hello, good morning,
Chairman Hernandez, Board of Supervisors, staff, and community members. My name is Adam Mendoza. I've had the privilege to be part of the Resiliency Network, the Community Center Coalition, and also just recently new hire through First Five, San Benito, and also the Family Impact Center. Through the Family Impact Center, I've had the privilege to work with some of our youth here in the community for roughly about 2 months, working with them, seeing the amount of interest that they have expressed on what we do in our workshops and groups, and just hearing them express themselves, how positive it is to be in an environment where they feel supported, where they can speak and feel included in just different activities. You know, there's parks out here in the community. There's different places they can go, but unfortunately they're not supervised. And you know, the skate parks and just different areas, there's young youth that are doing things that are not recommended for our youth to be doing right now. A little bit about my history. I grew up here in Hollister. I have a little bit over 35 years in San Benito County. I went through school here. My youth years, I grew up here in Hollister. And growing up, me and my friends always sought places to have fun, that we can hang out, do cool things. Unfortunately, a lot of the places where we chose, there wasn't supervision. And you know, we made bad choices. Fast forward that, I found my place, right? Kind of honestly, just trying to be a better man, a better person, and a better father. I went to different places in the community for seeking help. I'm very fortunate to have found First Five and those parenting classes that they offer there, which I took, and a couple other different things around the community. Now I'm in a place where I can come back to my community and offer my help, offer my assistance, and right now a big push that I would want to be in is with our youth and in our community. I think that a community center will offer a safe place where our kids can actually go after school. If their parents may be working or whatnot, they can go to the community center, either work on homework, play sports, hang around with friends. That is going to cultivate a positive environment, and where, you know, things where they can be bullied or drugs will not be accepted there. With the community center, a few of our youth have also expressed interest in having groups offered there, you know, therapy groups, just to, you know, emotional support groups. There's a lot of things that will come into our community by a community center. Our town is growing, you know, it's growing. A lot of more kids are coming, and we need to do something for our youth and our families. It's going to take our community to save our community. So that's it. Just thank you guys for giving me the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Wayne Norton.
Thank you, Chairman Hernandez and Board. I wasn't I didn't come today to talk about this, but it's a exciting possibility. But I want to thank for a minute wearing my hat as president of the board of directors of Advocacy Inc., the AAA, the older adult service provider in Santa Cruz and San Diego counties. And this is a terrific idea. I hope that there's also on that continuum of services that we remember older adults. It's a lot easier to raise money for kids than it is for older adult services, and I bet you, I haven't looked at your budget, but I bet you spend a lot more money on services for kids than you do on older adults. I just hope that as this project develops, that it also takes the continuum of age into consideration, and if there is actually a community center gets built, that it also provides for the western part of the county too. Our public transportation isn't the greatest in this county, and so to have a center that only provides one portion of the county, although that's the largest portion of the county, won't meet all of our needs. And I just sort of remind public leaders that right now, Hollister has a community center, and it's in pretty poor condition. It's in such poor condition that we wanted to help remodel the kitchen at the community center, but the building is in such poor shape that it really doesn't make sense to fix the kitchen. And that's where our program is. That's where older adults are getting their meals. So just as we think about services in the community and all of the, let's think about the continuum of age that Lisa talked about. I think she's absolutely right. But it starts with the kids, but it also doesn't end with the kids. There's a lot of adults that older adults that need services too. So let's consider the entire community. Thank you.
Yes. This is Valerie Eglin, out on School Road, not far from Wayne Norton's community. And I can't agree with him more, and I can't agree more with the presenter from First Five, that to have a combined community center where services are for all and have extensions out into San Juan and to Aromas and Tres Pinas would be excellent. Of course, we don't have staff, we don't have the capability of really reaching out for grants, which was earlier discussed, and we are in such a quandary. And these beautiful ideas come up that involve parks as well. So it's very frustrating to hear the need and the good ideas and the goodwill, like with Youth Alliance is also extremely important, doing great work and exemplifies just what's being talked about. So that First Five can go after grants that might facilitate this is very, very hopeful. These are possibly avenues that we can go down to answer it all. Thank you very much.
No further comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Lisa, did you want to go ahead and comment?
Yeah, I just want to say I am inundated with First Five, 0 to 5 and families, but when this coalition came together, we had one meeting as an entire group, and that's why I'm looking for a coalition and not just First Five. And they reminded me of the continuum, and my own value is what a beautiful thing to have mentors organically around the community. And so we are planning to bring in those groups that are advocating for the elders that are a little more in touch with their priorities. So this isn't First Five trying to plan this whole campus. What it is First Five is going to facilitate the ground and a First Five Family Center, and then bring all the youth together, all the youth advocates together, and prioritize the building for youth, but also the elderly. And we really respect that comment. So thank you for your support. Are there any other questions for me? Otherwise, I'll
Supervisor Gonzalez
there might
is
be.
about
Okay.
to.
I just wanted to add that when we did go on that field trip up to the East Bay, I was just amazed at the way the communities had grouped together. So not only are they talking about they were First Five organizations, but not just treating the First Five age group, because those are the very youngest, tenderest group in an age group in a family. But you also have, as Wayne had mentioned, the seniors. So this coalition is to treat the entire family, the full spectrum. And so I was just so amazed that that the two facilities that we saw, how they were servicing every population. I mean, there were parents there interacting with their children. They had drop-in centers hours where they can come in and have like playtime and interact with other parents and their children. But it was just amazing. And so I walked away, or drove away on the drive home, was just so ecstatic and so proud that San Benito County can have something like that. So when Lisa started talking about the Resilience Network and the community service and what San Benito could be, I'm like, sign me up. What do I need to do? I'll be there. And so what I love that is she's pulling in all of the stakeholders. So people keep saying, well, isn't First Five for that population? I says, yes, First Five may have been historically, but when we look at the Community Center Coalition, it's going to expand to encompass everyone, nonprofits. And so I don't know if you want to speak to your event that you're having of your stakeholders, if you can, or so forth. But I just sent Valerie an invitation. But again, this is where we're going to have to buy in as supervisors. And when I say buy in, support it, endorse it. And if it does come to funding, then just be open-minded to it. But it doesn't sound like that's what Lisa's asking at this point. But I'm I'm for it. Adam, the speaker that spoke, he's what I call a success story. I keep saying that Supervisor Gonzalez is unlike any other supervisor that they've ever had here sitting at the dais. My family was 12 people in the family, 10 kids, 2 adults in a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house. My dad made less than $7,000 a year, and he raised 10 of us. We have I'm not quite a lawyer, but I have a law degree. We have a professor at the University of Washington, vice president. We have a retired preschool teacher. We have a police officer in the family. We have a fireman in the family. We have 2 construction workers in the family. And there's education throughout. But it was because of opportunities like this that our family was embraced by the community. And though we didn't have a lot in terms of financial means, the support from organizations like this that's why I'm here today. And then Adam's telling us about, and I met Adam just this year, and I heard his success story. I want to say I ran into him at the September 16th event at the park, and he was telling me all the things that his friends are coming and say, hey, Adam, you've changed, you've improved, I'm so proud of you. And he's just one success story. With the community center, there could be hundreds. And what Hollister used to be known for, we could be known for something else. And that's what I'm hoping. Because again, I'm the epitome of a success story for San Benito County, someone from the downtrodden, down and out, those that needed social services to just kind of elevate us to the normal level playing field that everybody else has. But there's so many other individuals in this community that can use it. And then going back to the spectrum of seniors, I agree with Wayne. The Senior Citizen Center there, it's the community center, but the senior citizen that Pauline Valdivia had managed, they are now serving hot meals. And it had been almost a month that they were only able to serve cold meals. But that's another aspect that center can't be expected to just serve the seniors. They need some assistance, and until they have a replacement for Pauline, all of the seniors are kind of concerned what's going to happen with their services, when they can come back and meet. All of us are here meeting in person, but the senior citizens have not been able to go back and have lunch yet at that center. They have not been able to go back and play bingo. And for my elderly mother, bingo was like her social world. It was her other family. And that's what seniors saw at the center here. And so if there's an alternate site that can provide a service similar to that, then I'm all for it. Anything that's going to make the community a better place, healthy, happy, vital, I'm all for it.
Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. Chairman, I was wondering if I could ask that I submitted
Hold on a bit, Lisa.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, is there any other comments?
Yeah. I can go, Mr. Chair. So I know that there was consideration to have the 2 supervisors be involved in the planning. You mentioned staffing. I'm just curious, are you referring to the supervisors when you say staffing, or are you referring to assistance from staffing? And then if so, I'm just kind of wondering what that might look like.
I am not asking, I didn't mention staffing in my presentation, but I do have, I've been going back and forth with the staff about the resolution itself. There was language added, and I understand from the staff that we could ask for that language to be removed and referred back. So other than that, I'm asking for planning partners so that the Board of Supervisors can update the public on this effort like I see you do on others. And it would be that we're walking in a united way together as we develop this.
Yeah, and I certainly support the concept and laud you for moving forward on it, bringing a collaborative approach to it, because that's essential in this sort of thing. And then, so I'm all on board with the county, endorsing it. And if the two supervisors would like to get involved, I can certainly support that. And I also support efforts to pursue grant funding. If the county needs to be a partner on the pursuit of grant funding in any way, I think that's certainly a worthy effort. But then you're coming and you're saying we don't want funding now. I get that. I'm just wondering what the chances are of coming back at some point and requesting funding from local government to help build this.
So it is not in the fund development plan to seek funding for the First Five Center, and I would like the language on the resolution to be removed around non-financial partner, because we're representing a coalition. And so say the Friends of the Library want to come on, for example, and I don't know what the relationship between the Board of Supervisors and the library is around funding. I understand from county council that if anyone wanted to get money from the supervisors, they would have to go in front of the board. So I'm not asking for a financial commitment at this time, but I do think the language of non-financial partner and support is going to be triggering to other funders, because my experience as a grant writer, and I've raised $50 million in my career, is that they want to see an investment on behalf of the community. And so what that investment looks like isn't reliant for this project on county funding, but it might be, maybe you're supporting the library, for example. So it would just be better for our efforts to attract grants to leave that out.
I got you. I understand that. I'm going to be really frank, though, that as much as I support the effort, we have hundreds of millions of dollars in road deficits. We have hundreds of millions of dollars in facility deficit. We have rising employee costs and healthcare costs. I can't imagine anytime soon that this county will be in a position to fund this effort. I just want to be open and honest about that. And I know you're saying you're not asking for money, and that's great. I just want to be upfront as one supervisor that unless our financial outlook changes significantly in the next several years, I do not foresee myself supporting the funding side of this. I certainly would support being a partner, pursuing grants, but as far as, potentially down the road, looking at general fund dollars, we're expanding our library right now. We're expanding our homeless shelter. I just don't think we're in that position. But so I am glad that you're saying that you don't need funding at this point, and I wish you all the best as far as pursuing those funds, and I think the county should be a partner in that effort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany, or Supervisor Dirks, I know you wanted to say that.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for your leadership in this and pursuing this. I think anytime that we have things in the community that can add to all aspects of our community residents where they can benefit from it in a very positive way, I think is definitely something worth pursuing, and which is why I've supported your efforts and have enjoyed the opportunity to meet with you and some of the other stakeholders as well. I have children. I have a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old, and my background in education over the last 23 years with a teaching credential as well is, I think more and more research has come out about our 1 through 5 category, or 0 through 5 as the case may be, and how much attention that if we're putting in a lot of effort in the beginning, it pays off in the end. And I do think that the things that Wayne brought up as far as making sure that it's the whole, kind of continuum of care of the whole person from the beginning of their life to the end of their life. And I really really appreciate that aspect of this project as well. I think that it is going to be immensely successful. There's a lot of people involved that are committed and dedicated to this, along with yourself and your proven track record of getting the funding that you need in order to do this through grants. And I support as well, you know, if there is some opportunity for our grant writer to help with that process or anything that you may need in that direction, I support that as well. So thank you very much for all that you're doing, and I look forward to watching this unfold in the years that come.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what everything's been said up here. I think that it's an exciting project, and it's certainly a great need in our community. I think you've got strong partners with the board here, and certainly, excuse me, the passion that I hear from Supervisor Gonzalez, as well as the support of Supervisor Dirks, I think will serve you well. So I'm very supportive of this whole thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa, I've known you for a while, and I know you're very passionate. You've done a lot of good work in the community. You know, the idea of a community center has obviously been talked about for a long time. It's definitely a need. You know, the hard part is how to get there, right? And us as the board, we have to consider a lot of things, right? And there's a lot of needs in the community. There's a lot of things. You know, Wayne brought up the the seniors as one, and so I really don't see much as far as a plan goes. So with this, and I obviously support community organizations that are doing good things for our community. I'd like to see a little bit more substance of what this means. What is the plan? And I we have, me and Supervisor Tiffany have only a couple months, and I'd hate to anchor any kind of commitment to a future board with something that I think needs a little bit more clarity. I mean, even just with the budget element, right? You said you weren't necessarily excited about the funding element being removed, that language. And I struggle with that language being in there, because by default, it kind of positions the county in ultimately having to take ownership over something that we don't really understand how this is going to develop. These things take a lot of time, right? And I'd hate to anchor the budget to something that we're not 100% sure about. And even then, the last thing I'll say is things are looking really rough with the economy, right? We're dealing with inflation, gas prices, and even if things change, it's still going to take time to land the plane softly. And I don't think we're in a position right now to make a commitment like this. I think it would put us in a really tough position. But I want to support it. I'd like to see more. I think this should be an ongoing conversation, and hopefully we can have maybe more clarity down the road.
So this is a request for planning partners, and we wouldn't want to move in front of our planning partners so that we can move together in unison and make a plan. And I look forward to coming back to the supervisors and having the supervisors that are on that planning share with you. I will say that my request to remove that non-financial commitment, when we're doing these projects, we can leverage existing resources that come to the county, and we can braid that with federal funds. For example, if we were going to do a child care center, and part of our money coming from the county through Health and Human Service Agency and OCAP is I can leverage that. So there is a financial support on behalf of the county in the way that we're receiving funding for our services. So by removing that, I can make that we are pulling together all the resources we have in the community, and other organizations are in the same place. For example, we met and looking and speaking with the Youth Alliance. I know that the county contracts with the Youth Alliance Community Solutions for contracts for behavioral health services. That will be a part of the community center. So there is an indirect pass-through. I am saying that I'm not here requesting money for the First Five Center, and I'm on record to do so, but I will make a strong grant application that the county is supporting this financially. I know that I can't apply to the Monterey Peninsula Foundation if my board of directors doesn't donate to First Five. And we do, and people want that because they want to know that the people that are going to be impacted the most are bought into this. And so if you remove that sentence, it doesn't, you always have the authority to say no to future funding, but what that does is doesn't trigger our funders. And so I'm asking you for a strong letter of support that will attract the money needed for this project. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. What is the will of the board? Is there any final comments? Nope.
The resolution that I'm looking at, the second page, and it says, now therefore be it resolved by the San Benito County Board of Supervisors thereof concurring to support non-financially the First Five and the Community Centers Coalition to establish a community center. So I didn't see the financial aspect in there because I thought there were a few versions of this resolution, and the one that I printed just last night does state non-financially.
She would like us to remove the non-financially.
That's the part you're
that
asking.
phrase.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this as recommended.
Can I get a second? Okay, dies for a lack of second. What is the will of the board?
I'd like to make the motion to approve this striking the non-financially clause, but still by no means officially committing the county to fund it.
I'll second that.
And that's adopting the resolution and also designating the planning partners as it listed in the agenda item?
Per staff recommendations, yes.
Except for that one change, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think you can say we don't want funding, but we do possibly want funding, so.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to, if I may as well, just reiterate that I support the concept, everything I said earlier, but I can't support this if we're committing to a financial partnership. It's in writing. We're saying that we are financially supporting it. It's going to make it a lot more difficult later on if we're approached for funding to back out of that. So thank you.
We're
Mr.
not.
Mr. Chair, if I may, maybe a suggestion is maybe we could put in there non-general fund money, because there might be still some opportunities for other funding to be able to assist. Would that be something that would be amenable to you?
Yes, absolutely. But I also want to say that the resolution I'm asking for doesn't say that you're a financial supporter. I'm just saying to leave that out altogether. So it says on there that you're a non-financial support partner. I'm just asking you that you're a support partner. And I understand that that might imply finances, so I'd be open to.
And I think part of the issue was that there was a I think a resolution that said not at this time. So I think there was, and then we have in there, no financial support. So I think leaving it silent is an option, but I also think being very clear for those that are concerned, non-general fund. So it's up to your board what you'd like to move forward with.
I would like to just strike the non-financially and not put the specifics of non-general fund. I plan on being around for the next 2.5 years at least. And so I'll be the first one to say, hey, Lisa, you said you didn't want any money, but, and then if I'm reelected thereafter, I will make sure that we keep that. But I just don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize this coalition's ability to network and get funding elsewhere. And if we start putting particular language in there, it might defeat the purpose.
Thank you.
Yeah, and once again, I'll second that. I don't see a resolution as committing us for financial support. I think just striking that phrase makes sense. I'll second that.
All right. Well, to be clear, a lot of what we do is implied. So what is the will of the board? So we got the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're on to item 2.4. Adopt a resolution of the Board of Supervisors opposing Measure Q. Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that this be put on the agenda. Again, we have a very important election coming up here, and I believe it's 2 weeks from today. I think it can't come soon enough for many people. But seriously, there's a very, very important Measure Q that's on the ballot, and although the county itself has to take a neutral position, legally, the Board of Supervisors, both individually as well as a whole, we can take a position for or against something that's on the ballot. And although it's I think largely symbolic, I do believe that because of the importance of Q and its tremendous impact that it will have on the county, I think it's important that we as a board do take a position and pass this resolution.
Okay, so if we can go, I think we skipped the public, so if we can go to the public.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Donald Weiser.
Good morning, members of the County Board of Supervisors. My name is Donald Wers. I am the president of San Benito County
Can we
Farm
fix this
Bureau.
mic?
Oh,
Can you bring it close to you, Don, please?
okay, let's try this.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Let's try this again. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Donald Wers. I am the president of San Benito County Farm Bureau, which is a membership-based and grassroots organization which represents nearly 250 farming and ranching families, businesses, and supporters of agriculture in this county. I'm also part of the 6th generation of a farming and ranching family in this county where we grow wine grapes and beef cattle. I wish to address you this morning as to why San Benito County opposes Measure Q. Measure Q, as you well know, sets out to remove the commercial development nodes from the county general plan and require all developments that would rezone ag land to commercial, industrial, or some residential uses to get voter approval. And while this seems like a noble endeavor, Farm Bureau believes that it will be disastrous to our membership and to the community at large. It will stifle the ability of farmers and ranchers to either start or expand processing operations on their property. With the uncertainty of needing to get voter approval for any project, or for these projects rather, we believe that banks would be less likely to offer loans to property owners who wish to do such projects, or even for some operating loans. While we also do not believe that it is necessarily right or just that after coming up with a business plan, proposing a project, securing funding, getting the approval of the Planning Commission, and even perhaps this body, that a project has to be sold to the people. Why should a farmer's new vegetable processing house or packing house in the San Juan Valley have to get the approval of a voter in Paisanas? How does a new winery in Paisanas or Cienega impact someone who lives on Lover's Lane? Along with stifling ag business growth and driving down property values, Measure Q will decrease the tax revenue that this county so sorely needs. I will not complain too bitterly about the state of the roads in the county, except to say that I live on Cienega Road and I work on Pinochi Road in Paisanas. Both of these roads have been identified by this board as needing major maintenance. But without more tax revenue to the county, without more business growth, and with the increase of new residents, Public Works will fall behind in maintaining our roads further. And without good roads, public safety is endangered, and our crops, stock, equipment, and most importantly, our farm workers cannot get to the field safely. Less tax revenue will mean less money that can be used for water storage and conveyance projects, such as providing funds for the expansion of the Pacheco Dam, work on the San Justo Reservoir, or expanding the Hollister branch of the Central Valley Project. Measure Q supporters point to Napa, Sonoma, or Ventura counties as aspirational examples. But when these counties passed their Measure Q equivalents, they already had the tourist infrastructure and wineries that San Benito County lacks. I know I'm past time, but this is false equivalency. In closing, Measure Q has noble slogans of letting the voters decide. However, if voters decide to pass Q, it will limit the ability of farmers of this county to be more productive, drive down property values, cut public funding to very important and needed services in this county, and I implore the board to pass your resolution to recommend a no vote on Q. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rob Bernowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for giving us this opportunity. I'm chairman of the San Benito County Republican Party, and we unanimously voted to endorse no on Measure Q. Here are the reasons. We are a Republican, a republic. I'm sure that we did the Pledge of Allegiance here, and it says, "And to the republic for which we stand." So what is a republic? What it means is power is vested in the people, but exercised through our elected leaders. That's you. And I forget who said it, that maybe you couldn't take a stand. You need to take a stand because you are our elected leaders. You have far more information and context than the average person does. Second thing that I want to bring up is, listen, Prop 13 we all love, but it was a travesty for this county. And the vast majority of people do not understand that the vast majority of our tax dollars go to education, and you only get pennies to operate this county on. And without the ability to grow things that generate sales tax, we are going to be in a really horrible space very soon. Why? Because Prop 13 limits the revenue that you get by 2% a year, right? But your costs, inflation right now is running above 8%, and inflation cycles last 10 years. So the community needs to understand, you guys got to do your job and get that sales revenue going up today and over the next 10 years, just so that we can have a justice system, so we can have behavioral health, so on and so forth. The other thing is, Measure Q is a selfish run, and I'm going to say it, by the mayor and city council of the city of Hollister. Why? Because they want to control everything. They will have all the sales tax revenue to operate their city, but we won't to operate our county. And to let the voters of Hollister, as the concentrated voter base, to control everything else in the county, I can say in one word, it's wrong. Letting the city of Hollister determine everything that goes on in the county, which is what your job is, can be summed up in another two words, lad lane. Think about that, folks. So anyway, listen, look at this chambers. Look at all the people that were here. Look at how close we are to you. Look at the monitors so that we all know what's going on, and we're on Zoom. You are the most approachable Board of Supervisors we have had in a long time. It took us a while to get there, but I am depending on you to make the decisions with all the information that you have, because that's what happens in the United States of America. God bless us. God bless you. Please do take a stand. No on Measure Q. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elia Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors, and it's really nice to see Mr. Bernowski here in person. It's been quite some time. And one of the few things that he and I agree on is no on Measure Q. 50, where am I going here? I know, $51,000 is 93%. Is there an earthquake? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was. I was shaking.
I was about to take a break.
I know. Everyone under their desk.
Hey, that's right. I can do that. I sure do.
Wow. Is.
I think we're good. Go ahead, Elia.
Quite an impact.
$51,000 is 93% of the money of $55,000 that came from groups from outside of the county that do not disclose their donors. The Measure Q folks are not disclosing the money of the donors. That means that not only do most voters not know what's inside what's on the inside for over the 35 page of the fine print of Measure Q, but the very same San Benito voters can actually know who is funding it. I'm just quoting that from somebody who did some research earlier. So again, I was confronted by somebody from Chicago, and you all know the stories because people have to be coming forward to you. And most of the signature gatherers were not even from San Benito County. Why is there so much interest in little old San Benito County? And Mr. Bernowski really hit the nail on the head. You are the supervisors for San Benito County, and it is your responsibility to run the business of San Benito County for San Benito County and not for the city of Hollister. We need economic development in San Benito County. We don't need any supervisor saying, oh, the best place for a business is in the city, and move it. You don't represent the city. You represent San Benito County. We are poor. We have the largest children population in the poverty, under poverty, okay? Earlier, we had, first 5, and we have a supervisor who says, I don't want to give them any money. They're in poverty. That is why you need to vote no on Q, and that is why we need to get the information out there that Measure Q is dangerous for San Benito County's economic future. We cannot afford 30 years of no development. There's not one sane individual person, whether it is a property owner or a construction company that wants to build something, that is going to have to go through the complete process and then go to a measure, spend money on a measure, when you have individuals like Measure Q that are going to go out there and give false information so that that measure doesn't pass. All this has been based on false information, misinformation, intentionally starting with the mayor. Thank you.
Graham Mackey.
It is still morning. Good morning, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Graham Mackey. I've lived and own a business in San Benito County for 43 years. I'm also an executive director of the Business Council that recently voted unanimously to vote no on Q. The reasons I believe we should vote no on Q are very similar to the previous 3 speakers. I think they all had good, relevant points, but I'll re-emphasize that if this measure was to pass, it would grind new business development to a halt. Businesses will not want to go through planning and environmental cost, which is very high, as you all will know, and then wait for a ballot measure to see if they can go ahead. The risk is too high, the money spent, and the return would not be very good if they weren't able to move ahead. They would probably resort to just moving their operations to a surrounding county like Santa Clara or Monterey. So if this was to pass as a yes, local jobs and revenue would grind to a halt, And those are the two things that we need here. We need local jobs so people don't commute and become better representatives for their families here. And I've heard it all morning on revenue. We need the revenue. So please adopt this resolution. Please vote no on Q. Thank you.
Wayne Norton.
Thank you, Chair Hernandez on board. So, a little while ago, I was listening to Supervisor Kosmicki talk about all the needs that we have in this county, and that maybe we can't fund something that we want because, we don't have the money to do it. As many of the previous speakers have said, and as Supervisor Kosmicki said, we need money in this county. We know what the situation is of the budget. We know we can't pay enough money to hire behavioral health staff, and that's not the only department in the county that recruiting is difficult because we don't pay enough. So it seems absolutely incumbent that this board support a no position on Measure Q. Measure Q is a massive overreach, and it wouldn't be as bad if it didn't last for a generation. We're stuck with Measure Q for a generation. I grew up in Santa Cruz, and I think one of the major detriments of Measure Q for me is what it does to our developing tourism industry. I know one of my very first jobs as a kid was working at the boardwalk. And the boardwalk wouldn't exist if it wasn't for service stations, motels nearby, all those things, restaurants, all those things that tourists expect if they're going to come to a tourism area. And all those things would be virtually impossible to do if Measure Q passes. So for a variety of reasons, I urge you to support a motion to vote no on Q. Thank you.
Seth Capron.
Thank you, Chair and board members, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Seth Capron. I've lived in the county for 52 years out in the Enzar Hills area. I'm the vice chair of the Democratic Central Committee here in the county, and we unanimously passed a no on Q endorsement as a body. The whole Q campaign has been very disheartening for me. I have very dear friends who are very involved on both sides of this issue, and it's been very disappointing to me, the level of distrust, and we've been receiving a lot of divisive rhetoric in the mail every day on the mailers that we get. I just encourage everyone to try to step back and listen to each other. This is an important issue, and it's something that we should be really considering on its merits and not on the rumors. I can assure you that the Democratic Central Committee has not been compromised by developers. I support many of the goals of Measure Q, most of them probably. I just think that this measure is the wrong way to get there. And I think that I'm counting on the Board of Supervisors in the next year to take up our general plan, which I think is flawed in many ways, and I think that's some of the things that Q is trying to address, and make sure that we have real, meaningful protections for our ag land that will stand up over the decades and not be chipped away at so that we end up like Santa Clara County. I think that there's almost universal desire to have that kind of vision for our county, and I think that the board could work on moving us all forward together with those goals. So I support your approval of this resolution today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Board and Chairman, Listening to those who have spoken in favor of this resolution is very heartening. And coming from a parks perspective, without an abundant amount of income for our county services, our parks are going to suffer. We will not be able to continue building. We won't be able to provide the bicycle, pedestrian paths and trails that are inviting to tourism. And I can't state enough that this is an extremely, extremely important resolution. And I I can't imagine that this won't be approved. And yes, I think Supervisor Kosmicki will also find that it's imperative that we take a stand. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. My name is David Eney, and I'm the Executive Director for the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. I represent over 35,000 construction workers who live and work in both of these counties. Between 1,000 and 2,000 of them live in San Benito County alone. I'm here today to advocate not only for these construction workers, but for all of the working families in San Benito County who would be negatively impacted by Measure Q if passed. Sadly, many of San Benito's working families must travel to Santa Clara County for work, and this steals thousands of hours annually from their lives to spend sitting in traffic. Measure Q would do nothing to stop housing, which is allowed to pass by local controls according to the newer state laws that are being passed all of the time. Instead, it's going to have the sole purpose of pushing jobs to neighboring counties and increasing the daily traffic. Without jobs, the county is not going to have the tax base to serve the residents that we have now. The question of Measure Q is a question of the quality of life for San Benito County residents. And for a better quality of life, vote no on Measure Q. On behalf of the Building Trades Council's 35,000 members, and especially the ones who live here, I thank you for your consideration of opposing Measure Q, and I urge you to make it official. Thank you.
No further comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Listening to all the speakers, and we're going back to start off with the president of the Farm Bureau. He said that it's going to be disastrous for farmers. I totally agree. The financial repercussions are just going to be just astronomical for the county. How many times are you ever going to get the Republican Party and the Democratic Party to agree on something? Especially with politics being so toxic in the last 6 years. We don't agree on anything. And yet here today we have Rob Bernowski and Wayne Norton agreeing that this is something that we need to support. We also had Bram Mackey, the executive director of the Business Council, but I also believe I remember your name from real estate at some point back. And so here we have someone from the business sector telling us that this is not going to be something positive for our community. Wayne said that we are going to be stuck for a generation, and Seth, again, is encouraging us to push this forward. Valerie Eglin said from the parks perspective that it's going to be significant. And then, of course, Dave Beeney, he said we have to look for the quality of life. And what I picked up in his conversation is just going to force more commuters on the road to go to jobs out of the area. And so when I heard all the speakers speak, to me, in my mind, that was like a microcosm of the entire community. The various speakers that came out are telling us as supervisors, we have no choice but to go ahead and push this resolution forward to oppose the Measure Q. And so I, for one, am voting to oppose Measure Q officially as a supervisor. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's no secret, I've been campaigning, and so it's been out there that I am no on Measure Q. I cannot in good conscience, sitting up here as a supervisor, not take into account the effect this would have on the entire community, not just certain subsections of the community, but it will affect the daily life of every single constituent here. Whether you're driving on our roads, I mean, I've joked that I'm going to stand out in front of the admin building and hand out shovels and tar. So everyone, if this thing passes, because we're not going to have the ability to do the things that we need to do to effectively live our daily lives, as David Beanie said. At the end of the day, though, for me, really what moves me the most is there's a few guiding factors, right, as to why I'm sitting up here in front of you today and why I'm, dedicating this part of my life to this public service piece of this. But it is really our health and human safety. To be able to fund our fire department the way that it needs to be funded, the way that we need to fund our sheriff's department. We were talking about the grand jury report earlier. They're over and over and over again, Sheriff Taylor has said that we need more people. We cannot do this if we do not have funding. Everything is all about the money, unfortunately. We are doing the best we can in this county, and we need to do better. And in order to do better, we need to increase our ability to diversify our funds. And Supervisor Gonzalez is exactly right. At what time in this day and age do we have both political parties coming together to be supportive of something? And this really should illustrate to people the extent and magnitude that this measure would have on each and every single one of us. I'm sitting up here because I care about this county and because I want my kids to be able to come back here to this county if they decide to go away to school. I want them to be able to afford to live here, and I want them to be able to work here. Wayne is exactly right. This is for a generation. So my children will not be able to do that if this measure passes. I'm emphatically no on Q.
Supervisor
Mr. Chair.
Cosmaking.
So everyone's waiting for my take on this, huh? So I've said from the beginning, as far as campaigning goes, that I'm staying neutral on Measure Q. There are a number of reasons for that. To be really frank about it, when we learned about this a while back, and then more recently in the last year, I've been extremely torn on the issue. I can see the pros, I can see the cons on both sides of the argument. We hold a lot of power up here and influence, and I take the perspective on an initiative. When you're on the board, at that point, the initiative is in the hands of the voters. The voters are going to make the decision. It's no longer our decision. Yeah, we legally can come forward with a resolution, but in the end, I actually don't, with all due respect, I don't think it's going to affect the vote. Frankly, I think, the people that view the supervisors as having too much power are not going to be influenced by the supervisors saying we want to keep that level of power, but that we're against taking these developments to the ballot. And so I've said before, there's pros and cons. First off, on the yes on Q side, I fully understand, first of all, the intent of the measure, and I sympathize with the reasons why citizens brought this forward. I've been saying this since before when I was campaigning. I truly believe there have been times when the board historically has outright ignored the voters' will in favor of developers. Some examples come to mind. Santana Ranch comes to mind. What was that? Are we allowing yelling from the audience?
No, I didn't hear anything. Go ahead. Just keep going.
Okay. Santana Ranch comes to mind. Measure N comes to mind. Measure K comes to mind as prime examples of why residents are fed up and why they're pursuing Measure Q on the ballot. Measure N was denied outright in 2020, 60% to 40%. What happened after that? A majority of this board including 3 supervisors up here, voted to allow Strata Verde to move forward and resubmit a project proposal. Measure K, again, voters spoke loud and clear with the 60-40 margin. What happened? The county's bulldozing forward with developments along those nodes. And I know there's this argument, this rebuttal argument of, well, Measure K, and I don't want to linger on this, wasn't about the nodes, it was about zoning. We were all there. It was only 2 years ago. That was a fiery debate about whether to develop the nodes. And so I do understand why there are some residents in this community that are fed up. The other fallacy I would like to point out is that there's just a handful of Aromas residents supposedly that are in favor of these initiatives. I just have to look at the numbers and say that's just not accurate. 16,700 people voted against Measure N, 11,300 voted for it. 10,100 voted against Measure K, 6,800 voted for it. That's not a few people in Aromas. Now on the other side, the no on cue perspective. I understand the concerns about economic development. I can't sit up here as a supervisor, as was pointed out, talking about how we are strapped for funding, and then on the other side say that we should handcuff ourselves for decades to come when it comes to potential new commercial and industrial growth. So I do have concerns about the economic development factor. There is a chance that Measure Q, I don't have a crystal ball, but there's a chance Measure Q could severely hamper our economic development opportunities for generations to come. And that could be a big problem for our workforce dynamic with this large number of people that are really forced to commute out of the community. Home lives, people that spend less time with their families. As somebody with a 15-month-old, I'm particularly sympathetic to that, and a 14-year-old. And it could severely hamper the county's ability to have more opportunities for revenue down the road. So I do have concerns about the prospect of having also these what I would say are acrimonious growth debates every 2 or 4 years. I do have concerns about making planning decisions going forward through political campaigns. Frankly, I'm exhausted by all this discord in our community. I'm exhausted by the acrimony. I'm exhausted by the anger, which was just represented a few minutes ago from the audience. And I know I'm not alone. At some point, we as a community have to stop disrespecting one another so much. Politics is very emotional, but I don't take politics personally. I have great respect for my colleagues. I have great respect for the people in the audience who are against Measure Q. I have great respect for the people who are for Measure Q. And I really strive myself to make that a priority as a leader, that if I disagree with you, I am still going to respect you, as long as you don't cuss at me. So I do believe developers, though, have levied too much influence. I've said it again and again. But I also have faith in myself as a supervisor to understand my district and to have the opportunity to represent the constituents on decisions. It's what I was elected to do. I didn't run for supervisor to run away from my job, which is to represent. That said, I get it. I get the intent. I get the intent on the yes side. There's lost trust in this community. I get the concern on the no side. And that's why I'm so torn, and that's why I've stayed out of campaigning. If I get involved in a campaign, that means that I'm fully vested, that I'm 100% on board, I'm 100% against, and I can't say that's the truth. It's not. So that's why if people want to criticize me for staying out of the campaign, go right ahead. But I'm being very honest about this whole situation. I will point out, whatever voters decide, I'm here. I'm going to embrace it. I'm going to find ways to help our economy grow. And that's the way that the vote goes is not going to change my commitment to this community, my commitment to create jobs, and to be a responsible leader. And I will just point out, the one thing that I think if Measure if Measure Q is approved, we do still have a tax sharing agreement with the city of Hollister that is, I believe something that could still create revenue for the county. I'm not saying that it's the ultimate solution, but we do still have opportunities to create revenue. Again, I could go back and forth all day on this issue, and I will say that the resolution itself, I said I wasn't going to campaign. If I was to take a yes stance on the resolution, I would be campaigning. It would be de facto campaigning. And I don't believe personally that the Board of Supervisors needs to or should get involved in this campaign. And for this reason, and not because I'm for or against the initiative, I will be voting no on the resolution today. But as I said, I'm extremely torn on it. And I've talked to a lot of people out there, people on both sides of these other initiatives that have come before us. And there are a lot of people that are really torn on it. And so that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany?
I'm not torn on it. And I, in just over 2 months, as Supervisor Hernandez said, I will no longer be on this board. And so my position on Q, and I've been extremely vocal, not just up here, but out in the community, my position is both informed both as a supervisor, my current position, but even more so as just a community member and a longtime business person. And like I said, in a few months, whatever happens with Q, I'll no longer be on a supervisor. I think that if one is a supervisor, you're running a business, we're up here running the county, we're doing a disservice to our community if we don't recognize the great need for more revenue. And that's been, I'm not going to repeat all of that, but as has been pointed out by several people, this meeting this morning could not make it more clear how important it is that Q get defeated, because there is such a need in our community in so many areas. And, even if, there was there's an impartial 9111 report that was done, or the fiscal analysis, which is impartial, done by the county auditor, even if half of what they're saying the financial impact will be on the county, it's enormous for our county, and it really is for a generation. So I truly don't feel that we can sit up here and be a supervisor and be in favor of Q, because you're basically handcuffing your ability to serve the community and do what's right for the community. And so from that standpoint, I'm strongly against Q. From a business point of view, and I ran a business for over 30 years, as was pointed out, businesses need revenue, not just revenue. A business needs increasing revenue, because expenses are always going up. That's just a fact, and particularly in a inflationary period, as Rob mentioned, you have to have increasing revenue. If you don't, you go backwards. And we're already in a hole as a county. As a business, we're in a hole. I mean, just take a look at our roads, take a look at our lack of being able to attract and retain sheriff deputies to protect our citizens. The list goes on. And if Q passes, we will be going backwards even further. So from a business standpoint, in San Benito County, I think few people realize this until you actually sit up here. San Benito County is a business just like any other. And if you don't have revenue, or if you handcuff your ability to have revenue as a business, you're going to fail. And so from a business standpoint, I'm strongly against this. And then just as a longtime resident, and maybe I understand the situation better than most because of being up here, but you know, I love this community. I love the rural nature of the community. I certainly support some of the aspirations of probably the proponents of Q. I certainly don't want to see this county paved over, but I also would love to see more services, better infrastructure for this community, and I think we can do much better as a community. I understand the frustration. I think there's anger out there. People are stuck on 25. They're desperate for something to solve their problems, so they're grasping for straws. And so, you know, the people that have voted for some of these measures that the pork people have supported, frankly, I don't think they understand what is involved with Q here, but they're grasping for straws. And they think that this is going to suddenly solve their problems, and magically, if Q passes, the roads are going to part and they can zoom up 25. The housing is going to stop. Traffic is going to magically improve. You know, we're suddenly going to become like Napa and Sonoma counties. We're going to have tremendous tourism and grapes, and, you know, we're going to be a wealthy county overnight. Well, it's just not going to happen. This does nothing for, you know, the housing situation. If this was really targeting housing, why do they only have this apply to the unincorporated areas of the county? Ask yourself that. It does not apply to the city of Hollister, okay, which is more than double the housing growth that's taking place in the city of Hollister versus the county. This is not going to do anything for traffic. If anything, it will make it worse, because at least over time without Q, we can bring in more jobs, which will get people off of the roads, and so we have a chance to improve the traffic. This will not do anything for traffic. It will make it worse, if anything. So anyway, I understand maybe frustration of people, but this is the wrong way to go about it, absolutely. Let me just close by saying that I'm going to repeat what a few people said, but let's take a look at the vast diversity of people and groups that are against Q. We're talking about Sheriff Eric Taylor. We're talking about the Fire Chief, Bob Martin Del Campo, the San Benito County Farm Bureau, unions and working families, the business community, including Chamber of Commerce and the Business Council, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, and of course, again, people have mentioned when was the last time they agreed on that. So we're talking about a broad spectrum of people and groups throughout our community that are strongly against Q, and there's a good reason for it. And I strongly support this measure, this resolution today, and I strongly urge all residents to vote no on Q. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. County Council, just quick question. To clarify this resolution, what will it do and not do? Because I know there will be questions. I want to be clear. What we did with the educational ad hoc, the whole intent was clarifying to the public what exactly is that 9/11 report going to dictate as far as outcomes, right? But not to the extent of lobbying. This resolution, my understanding is it puts individuals in a position to support it, but doesn't mean, or the board as a whole, but that doesn't mean we're using county funds, correct?
Basically, it's more of an informational matter, stating forth the county's position on it. It was drafted in neutral terms, not highly inflammatory, but mainly informational to set forth the county's position on it.
Okay.
So the county could publish this on its website if it wanted to, or people could cite to this resolution indicating that the board did not support position on it. So it's meant to be informational and just establish the county's position on it without being overtly, not campaigning, but more to setting forth the county's position.
Yeah, that's why I asked that question. I know as individual board members, we can do it anyways, but that doesn't mean county funds will be used to whatever support we give to the No on Q folks. So I'll just try to speak on a couple points. I think this thing is, I do agree with Robert Bernowski about the representative element. And I've said it before, even John Chadwell quoted me. Whoever owns the narrative is the one that owns the outcome, right? I mean, we have people, and it's funny because my honest sentiment is I trust the people. I have a lot of confidence in the public, but they're very busy. They have a lot going on. They're tending to their families, to their jobs, and it puts them in a very tough position to truly understand the implications of a measure like this. I've had good friends actually come up to me and ask me, like, hey, what, not this specific measure, but other ones like K, where they thought they were sold something that they actually didn't get. And obviously that measure was, the language was definitely put in a position to make the Board of Supervisors to be the bad guy. And that's because they didn't really understand. And every time I share something with somebody, I say, I don't expect you to believe me, look it up. And I'll give you the resources so you know. And it's just frustrating because the reality is that's what's happening with this measure. It's very deceptive in its intentions. I had, one conversation just recently, and I've tried to summarize it to this, is this measure is we're closed, San Benito County is officially closed for business. That's literally the intention of this measure, because it's gonna put us in a very tough position to manage our resources. So without being redundant, but what are the implications of it, right? If you think about the different layers of what is our course of action as far as generating revenue? Well, obviously, if you landlock the county, right, it's a general plan amendment that ultimately takes away these nodes, puts them back into an agricultural zoning, basically to its original zoning, and it puts us also in a position to any new development or potential development, commercial, right, because the language is specific to commercial. Any commercial development is going to basically have to go through first a CEQA process, which could be very expensive, then through the planning process, and that planning process is going to be contingent upon the next election cycle, waiting for that election cycle to come, and then by default, I mean, I don't know how many business owners or potential business owners are going to invest in that kind of a process, and then they're probably going to be motivated to obviously have to lobby the public, which is a whole nother layer of expense, and then wait for the next election cycle, hoping that the public votes on it and understands the implications of their potential project. That is too complex. I don't know any county that would support that. I don't know why they would support it, right? If we're talking Sonoma County, you cannot compare an apple to an orange. They're two different worlds. And so I think there's unintended consequences. I really appreciate Don Wertz mentioning, all the layers of the implications when it comes to farming. One of the things that really stood out to me is this is what, some of these folks that I've spoken to, the pork folks, they're very supportive of not just preserving the environment, but things that are obviously good for the environment. Things such as obviously natural elements, tourism, agricultural tourism. Well, guess what? Agricultural tourism lands lands literally on the lap of a farmer who would diversify their business, have the means to be able to address those issues and move forward so that they can preserve the farmland. I know right now, from the homework that I've been doing, is you look across the country and even in California, family farms are going away, right? Everything's going corporate. Why? Because it's getting harder to farm every day. There's regulatory elements that make things burdensome. Now we're taking this, right? So to finalize my point, at the end of the day, there's very strong unintended consequences. I do believe in the people, but that doesn't mean putting a petition right in front of them, in front of a Nob Hill, give them a 30-second pitch is going to have the actual intended consequences of what they're told, because it's assuming that they're being told all of it, and they're not. And we know that for a fact. So so we're just set for a disaster, So if this passes, right, so I would say the final statement to what Supervisor Kosmicki was mentioning, we have to obviously understand what happens if it does pass. So if it does pass, obviously, we already have issues with resource management. You couple that with inflation, with gas prices, with the state. You know, I know I'm probably one of the strongest up here that argues the state relationship is very broken because ultimately it's very top-down. A simple example is the unfunded mandates. Those things are very, ultimately they put us in a position to have to do more with less because we're not getting the funds, hence the unfunded. We're literally set for disaster. For all those reasons that I just mentioned, I support no on Q. And I really do recommend us as a board be very proactive and educate the public, be intentional in giving them the truth, the resources that they need, and hopefully they understand well enough. Because I firmly believe in every conversation I've had is once they hear the whole truth, all of it, right? The good, the bad, and the ugly, they will vote no, and they've told me that. So that's what I'm seeing. Thank you. So,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution for the Board of Supervisors opposing Measure Q.
I'll second that.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for
Supervisor
coming.
Kuzmicki voting against.
So Supervisor Kozmicki said no.
Yeah, you have to note it for the record. Yeah.
So for the record, if you want, we could do a roll call.
No, it's fine.
All right, 4-1, Supervisor Kozmicki, no. So we're on to 2.5. I know the fire department was here.
Yeah, they just, there's
They
a
just-
structural fire, so they had to leave.
Okay, so we can,
Mr.
an
Chair.
earthquake fire?
Could we possibly do 2.7 really fast before we break?
Yeah, if we can do 2.7, I know it's like a 10-minute, right? Or less, or 5.
I'm going to turn this over to Mike Fitzgerald. He's with the firm Fitzgerald, Alvarez, and Chumo. They serve as our county's public defender. We have the public defender's office by contract in our county rather than by county staff.
Okay, I want to thank the board for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm going to keep it brief. I know it's been a long morning. I just want to give a brief update of who we are for those of you who may not know. Fitzgerald, Alvarez, and Chumo has been in business for over 30 years. It started under the name of John Barker and Associates. We have been doing indigent defense practices, our business. We've been in Fresno County and Madera County for over 30 years. We currently have contracts with 6 counties. Here in San Benito County, we run the primary public defender's office. There's 2 attorneys in there, office manager and an investigator that runs that office. The office manager and investigator are both Spanish speaking. Unfortunately, right now, neither attorney is, but it's just been difficult to find an attorney that was bilingual. And so that's basically what we do. I'm also here to speak about the resolution that's before the board today concerning the grant money that's available for public defender services, indigent defense services. This grant is being offered by the Board of State and Community Corrections Grant. It provides funding for 4 specific areas that it can only be used for, and those are areas that the law changed, which created more work basically for defense attorneys, public defenders. It covers any cases that the Department of Corrections or the DA initiates and proposes for resentencing. The second one is youthful offender cases. That's for clients that are under 26 years of age that were sentenced to lengthy prison terms that now have a process they can go through to possibly get their sentences reduced. Then certain Immigration and Racial Justice Act cases. They're basically cases where a person it's prospective law, so it's people that have been already convicted, and if they can show through filing a writ of habeas corpus that there was anything in the record that shows that their conviction was based on any racial bias or anything like that, then they can request review by the court to have their conviction overturned or to be resentenced on their case if it was a sentencing issue. And the fourth area is where they changed the felony murder rule to where if you were not a principal or if you were not a shooter in the case, then you can have your case reviewed and possibly have your felony murder conviction overruled and overturned and be resentenced on whether just being an 8 or a better or that type of thing. This money it's a non-competitive bid, so basically all the county has to do is ask for it, and you'll get it. The money's there. We would propose using it with our office here to provide a social worker and a paralegal that would help with what is really we call the busy work of gathering the information and everything else for these clients that we would be representing and doing the petitions for or doing the motions. And that would free up the attorneys more to just prepare the case for their presentation in court. We're getting cooperation from the State Public Defender's Office, help us to locate some of the cases that would apply to in the county. I've already gotten a list of from the CDCR of youthful offenders that could possibly be benefit from this. So that's basically what's there, and basically it's just money there for the asking. The way the grant would work, the money would be given to the county. We would do the work, but we would be reimbursed afterwards. So we would have to document the work, submit the invoices, and then we would be reimbursed for that expenditure, for that supplemental work. And the other money, there's another grant available out there. It's federal money. It's under the Justice Assistance Grant, or JAG as it's referred to, which is a more broader scope. It does help indigent defense, but it also can go to law enforcement, probation, in order to provide programs. Some of the talk today was behavioral health and things like that. It's money that could go towards that to help indigent clients that, so many of our clients have mental health issues, drug issues. So that money can also be used for that. That is a competitive bid that would probably be best brought by agency within the county, whether it's probation department or your community corrections coalition under Prop AB 109 that could apply for that money. I would also urge the county to consider putting an application in for that money also, which I would assist with as far as preparing any application for that. And any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I do have a question. I was looking at the application, and when this was released in 2021, I had questioned county council if we could apply, but since we didn't have a per se public defender office, I didn't quite get the information, but I did know she said she was going to contact you. So I looked at it, and the deadline was January 14th of 2022. Are we still eligible and able to apply, even though the grant would have started on March 1st of this year?
They have reopened it, so we can apply for it.
Okay.
I've been in communication with the State Public Defender's Office. They are basically urging, apparently this was not the only county that applied, and we did look at it back then, and we just did not see that there would be the need for it then because of the number of the cases. Plus, the scope seemed to be a little tighter. They have opened it up more to where we can use it for other things, such as a social worker or paralegals or things like that. So I think this point it could be used. And now I believe we have to have the application, would have to be done by December.
Okay.
So we have time to do that also.
Okay, and good, and I appreciate it, the non-competitive nature.
Gonzalez, we can go to the public first really quick.
I'm just asking questions, not so much comments. Going back to the...
I need to go to public comment first. Let's just, if we can please go to public comment. That's
I'll
the
come
order.
back to you.
That's the order of business.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Thank you. Actually, it helps for being a public member to actually hear what it is that you guys have to say, so that if you say something, we can either have more questions on it or even clarify. Here's one of the issues that I have. First of all, I brought forth, with the help of other people, to change and get new public defenders because they were not doing the job for our citizens here in San Benito County. So we hired this law firm. They brought in 2 people, a woman and a man, and they spoke Spanish. I went down to the courthouse and I don't remember what it was that I had to do, and I was given a list of public defenders. This law firm contracted with a local attorney who is now on their payroll somehow as a contractor representing as a public defender. Were you guys aware of that? I hope you're aware of it, because if they didn't apply for this, and I don't know why they didn't apply for this, but now they have a need for staff. First of all, they need an attorney from their law firm and not a contractor. Now we're subcontracting. And this is what I was trying to avoid. I would like San Benito County to have its own public defender's office. We don't have the funds. This is great. This is great to get money. Why does San Benito County have to pay for it when they're the ones that are going to make the money? That's the way I understand it. So they can hire a paralegal, so they can hire another attorney, and good God, please get a Spanish-speaking attorney in San Benito County. This is not personal with a law firm. This is just business, and this is the things that I read and I see and I hear from people. And I'm really upset to hear that they want San Benito County citizens to pay for this, to reimburse them. They're going to do the work, and they're going to benefit. Business 101, does that make sense? As a business person, of course, I want somebody else to pay for it. When we have businesses come in and we have that they have to do an environmental report, it benefits the county, but they have to pay for it. They're going to apply for a grant. We will both benefit from it, but they're going to make the money because they have the contract with us and they're getting the money double. They're double dipping. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I would like you to please ask, why do they not have, they promised us 2 attorneys and they were going to move here to Hollister or into the county, and they're not here, and now they're coming forward and they want more money from us. Thank you.
No other comments.
So back to the board, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Did you,
Can I address that? those
can he?
issues?
Yes, go ahead.
Of course.
First, we do not contract with any attorneys here. The 2 attorneys that work here are employees of our firm. So I don't know who, I know the county contracts with the conflict attorney. So, but our attorneys here are employees of the firm. They are not contractors. To address the issue, the 2 attorneys we initially brought over here, we thought that was going to be long-term. Unfortunately, or fortunately for her, the attorney Irene Luna, she was appointed by the governor to be a judge in Fresno County. And she took that appointment, accepted that appointment. That was unforeseeable, and we congratulated her, and I think that showed the quality of the attorneys we sent over here. The other one moved on, and we parted ways with him. I cannot force people to stay working somewhere if they choose not to. We tried to find Spanish-speaking attorneys. We could not find one. That's just an employment issue. But we do have a Spanish-speaking investigator, as I said, and our office manager, who has worked within that office prior to us with the prior contractor, is Spanish-speaking. So we do have that covered. But we do not contract her. As far as this grant money, it would be strictly a pass-through. I would not make 1 penny off of that money. If we hired a social worker and we were paying her, let's say, $20,000 a year, that $20,000 grant money would go through me and go to her. I would not make, our firm would not make 1 dime off of that money. I am not looking for profit off of this at all. Our contract, our proposal, when we initially submitted, did not include funding for paralegal or a social worker. It just covered for the attorneys. So that's what we pay out for them. This is not a profit motive for me. So that's all I can say to that.
Okay.
That money would just go to the people that were hired, and and it's only intended for those 4 things. It's not. It can't be, by the nature of the grant, be used for anything else other than those 4 types of cases.
And I'll go back to my question, and I thank you very much for applying for the non-competitive bid. And then the speaker, I think she might have been referring to Hennessy when there was a local attorney that was contracted when Irene moved on to the bench. So I think that's what that was. I believe. You also mentioned the competitive bid, and you referred to the CCP. So I was just wondering if you can instruct Mr. Burrows to start attending those meetings on a regular basis, so he's privy to the information that is. I attend regularly, and he's there sometimes, but not at all of the meetings. And so it would be a good representative there at that, because again, working with the DA, probation, the sheriff, the police department. I mean, there's just a great coalition there. Behavioral health should be there, but they're not attending on a regular basis either. But if Mr. Burrows or someone from his staff could be there, that would be great. And then that way, there's a delegated authority that if we are going to apply for the CCP, the competitive bid through the CCP, then he can be the person responsible for that aspect.
I actually talked to him about that this morning, supervisors.
Thank you. And I apologize, when Mr. Burrows and then the replacement attorney came in, I haven't had a time to introduce myself. Both Supervisor Hernandez and I were on the selection committee when Irene and Dan were hired, and as the speaker said, I thought that they came with excellent qualifications, their credentials. I was so happy that we were going to have 2 new attorneys become part of our community. And so that's where kind of the disconnect is. And so just understand, I won't say that we received a bill of goods, but that is kind of the conversation that is out there. So Mr. Burrows and the other individual, what is his name, by the way?
Jeremy Snell.
Jarvis?
Jeremy Snell.
Oh, Snell. Okay, yes. Okay, I did hear that name. But anyways, just we hope that they'd become part of the community, because that's really the relationship that's required in order for adequate representation and just that community spirit to be part. And we didn't get that part of the bargain.
And I understand that. There was probably nobody.
And I understand about personnel and so forth.
No more upset than I was when that happened.
Yes.
I tried to talk Irene Luna out of taking the judicial position.
No, that was a smart decision on her part, man. That was an honor.
Hard
yes.
to continue to compete with that, because it was her goal all along to become a judge. I was quite frankly surprised she was appointed, because she's very young, but she's also very skilled. The other situation, I'd rather not talk about here.
Right.
I think you understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
And,
I had a few training sessions there in Fresno, and people had asked me if I had known Irene. I said, well, I knew her for a brief period of time, but I know now. I know a judge on the bench. Yes.
When I had Mr. Barrow, who we sent over in charge, has been with the firm for several years. He's been an attorney for, I think, around 20 years. He's a highly skilled attorney. Has handled all types of cases. Jeremy Snell has been with the firm for over 10 years in our Fresno office, also highly skilled and has handled all sorts of type of cases. And what you also get with our firm, for you don't know, we have 100 attorneys that work for us. And any type of case that come up here, we can help with no matter what. And we do that. We will send people over to help out. So this office here has the support of a large firm. That can back them up with research and knowledge and everything else. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? This is just informational.
No, it's a resolution to apply for the grant.
Oh,
I did have one question. Sorry.
yeah, Supervisor Dirks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's the only amendment.
The grant money, will it fully fund these 2 positions? So the paralegal and the social worker, are they solely dedicated to San Benito County?
They would be. We would only hire them for San Benito County, because that's all the money could be used for. Now, the only thing is, I know from looking at the materials, they suggested that smaller counties combine together and fund it, but that would be up to the county to do that. That would not be us. We would do that. From looking at what the case numbers would be now, they would probably be part-time positions, but that caseload could vary and more. And they're not, for the state money that's available for those 4 types of cases, they're eventually going to go away anyway as the cases get caught up, the laws change, so you won't have any new cases coming along. So that money would probably only be for about 2 to 3 years at the most. I think right now it would be 2 years left on it, and that would be the end. And then those positions, unless the county decided to keep on funding for social work or something like that, those positions would go away.
And is the intention to hire those 2 people locally?
That's always our first choice. But
Okay.
I know, as I heard tonight, that you're having the same problem a lot of places are, and that's just getting qualified people to apply for jobs.
Thank you.
Okay, what's the will of the board? Thank you, sir.
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we adopt the resolution giving notice of intent to apply for the grant funding from the State Public Defenders Program.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, thank you, sir. So one more item, I believe, the firefighters, I don't know if they're coming back.
We actually have 2 more items. We have,
Well, we do, but they're not here.
They're not here. Well, we have another one, but we have also closed session, and we have some people waiting, so we'll probably have to go to closed session first, and then we'll come back and do the 2 items.
Okay. So how long for the public's knowledge?
If we were going to do all the closed sessions, it would probably be an hour and a half.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. All right, so what's that at?
2:15.
2:15? Is that right? Yeah. So,
What?
All right. Yeah,
I mean,
2:15.
We could
2:15.
we could say 2
You
if,
want to say 2 just?
I say 2 just in case, and then if we're late.
That
we-
sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
We're
Let's
always
make it
late.
2 o'clock for the public. Is there any,
You gotta
let me
you gotta
read.
call out.
yep, 2 o'clock,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, closed session. Conference with legal. Closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 2, subdivision A and D1 of 54956.9, name of cases Rose versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 1700151, Court of Appeal, 6th Appellate District, case H048681, and Monaco versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 21-00067. 4.2, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9A. Number of cases 2 is PLH Vineyard Sky versus County of San Benito, cases numbers CU, and that's in the Superior Court, County of San Benito, case number CU 22-00010 and CU 22-00193. 4.3, closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, 1 case pursuant to 54956.9D4, and 4.4 is closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 1 case pursuant to 54956.9A and D1, name of case County of San Benito versus McKinsey and Company, United States District Court for the Northern District of California, case number 5-22 CV 06302.
Okay, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, 2 o'clock, everybody. Thank you.
against the McKinsey and Company in United States District Court. The case number is there. The board authorized that litigation. And then in number 4.2, the board authorized settlement in the case of PLH Vineyard Sky versus County of San Benito. And the basis of that settlement agreement would be that the PLH Vineyard Sky would do certain road improvements in exchange for the return of the funds that were held on deposit by the County of San Benito, and also that they will do additional road improvements at the time that the parcels are subdivided into 5-acre lots. And then the last one, which was 4.1, is Rose versus County of San Benito and Monaco versus County of San Benito. The board authorized settlement in that case, where it's not actually a settlement agreement. Monaco has indicated that they'll dismiss the case against the county in exchange for a waiver of costs in the Rose case. That's also a 5-0 vote, I believe.
Okay, thank you. On to item 2.5, C. Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to invite up our fire chief, Martin Del Campo. You go the other one. Go the other one. Yeah, go the other one. It's a little. You're tall and.
Got to replace those. The batteries, double A's, I think.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Hernandez and Board of Supervisors. 2.5, what you have before you is a follow-up on the San Benito Fuels Reduction Program funded by CAL FIRE's Climate Investment Grant. Let me pull up some of the information that I have on that. And this is just a follow-up from June 1st's notification from the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection that the grant application was accepted, and we will be awarded $675,971. The work to be done is a lot of documents here for these state grants. This project will conduct wildfire fuel hazard reduction of at-risk areas in San Benito County. The project will create fuel breaks by removing dead trees, brush, and vegetation along 14 miles of San Juan Canyon Road and 10 miles of Cienega Road. The project zone is approximately 7,000 acres with 217 affected addresses. Some of the work to be done is a three-year program with San Benito County to continue the project in areas with the equipment to be spec'd and purchased is called a Tiger Bengal tractor. And what it is, you've probably seen CAL FIRE utilize these on the side of the roads where they're going up on the side of a highway, and it has a boom and an arm, and it goes up into the affected area and starts mowing around trees and other vegetation to eliminate the ladder fuels. And ladder fuels are what we call the fuels that are going up a tree, and it can go up into the eaves of a house and hit each tree and start crowning. And then part of that is with the program will be established by a contractor who will do the work first, show us how to do it within the county, and then after the second year and into the third year, with the equipment that we purchase, we spec out and we purchase for the county, that program will already be established, and then county personnel can take it from there to maintain the fuels management. And then also, just because we've got the grant one time and we're taking care of 2 affected areas, we can apply for this every year, and that's the intent, is to apply for this every year so we can have a good, robust mitigation project throughout the area. Anzar, for instance, that could have probably been avoided if we had a program like that instituted last year. So that concludes my report out on this grant. Is there any questions for me?
Thank you, Chief. So if we can go to the public comment first before we go to the board.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, back to the board. Does any board members have questions or comments? Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, thank you. A few questions. So first of all, this covers all of Cienega and all of San Juan Canyon Road. Is that correct?
10 miles of
Because when I looked at the map for the Cienega stretch, it actually, the highlighted stretch was 25. I think by mistake that was highlighted in blue, but I'm assuming that it's the whole stretch, but I don't know. That was a question I had.
So basically from Cienega, it's from Hidden Valley.
Yep.
All the way to where it ends down to the vineyards on the other side of it.
Okay.
So, it's actually double that because it's both sides of the roadway, so it's double the mileage on that.
Okay. And then San Juan Canyon, is it pretty much all the way up to the park, or do you?
It's like from the opening all the way up to Fremont Peak, yeah.
Okay.
So it's your district, Bob?
Yeah. Yeah. And Supervisor Kazmicki says, well, I have the very top of the frame. Yeah. So I appreciate you, and as I go out, that you focusing on those two areas.
Absolutely.
You picked those two areas because obviously those are two of the, certainly San Juan Canyon as well as Cienega, two of the
They're the
more high risk areas.
high risk and high dollar value. I mean, we've got the wine trail on Cienega.
Yeah,
We got to take
exactly.
care of our.
I'm going to be on it more starting next year.
Agreed.
And then you already explained it. So for 2 years, and then we're going to have the equipment because part of this is purchasing that equipment. And then over time, I gather you'll be using it in other areas as well.
Well, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So the intent is that it should give us a kickstart in a fuel management program for the county. If by some chance we don't have the staffing at Public Works that can staff this equipment from October to May, we could still utilize the contractor, basically the landscaper that's going to be doing this through a contract, and have them do it until we've got a more robust workforce out there to make this happen. The other thing is we can follow the model that Santa Clara County did, and what they did was they hire seasonal firefighters to do just fuels management between October to May, and then they get a line on their resume. They can apply with a city fire department, or they can apply with a state fire department, and they can be off on their own. So that's another resource that we can utilize. We've got a few ideas to make this happen after we get it started.
Now, are you working with, I gather then you'll be working closely with County Public Works during the 2 years, so they're trained, because they will be the ones that actually hopefully will be in year 3 and beyond using the equipment.
Yeah.
It's not the fire, it's not the
we're-
fire department itself.
No, and no, it's not the fire department. But what we intend to do once we get that check awarded to us, that's when we're going to work in close collaboration with Public Works, because anything can happen between now and when the ink dries on that check. So we're asking for the permission now. We're given the report outs now, but until we get that money in our account, that's when we're going to start doing the actual work.
And then the equipment ultimately is turned over to the Public Works Department.
Absolutely.
For their use.
Yeah.
And as you said, unfortunately, they're, as we all know, shorthanded, and so that's part of the issue too, is hopefully we'll have the manpower to use that equipment going forward.
Correct. And in the interim, we can always utilize the contractors that the city uses, that the county uses to get the work done. Absolutely.
One last comment. I know that the Fire Safe Council and in particular focused on San Juan Canyon, and it sounds like this will, if it's done, that this will deal with a lot of what they've been doing as volunteer works, trying to clear along the side of the road, et cetera. So this is going to help them greatly in those efforts, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll utilize the big shrubs, the trees, the branches, and even spray where needed too. We let them know we have to be careful where there's some animals where they're at too. So they're very aware of where they can spray, where they can't spray, also to help prevent it from growing back.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
And just real quick, we have to talk with Steve, because we have to kind of get that spec ordered, if Steve's the right guy, and then we got to get with it right now. So we're going to get it that way. When it comes to third year, we'll be able to implement this, because it's going to take a long time for this to come in.
The equipment, the logistics change for this equipment takes an awful long time to get purchased now and manufactured.
I know one of the big concerns for the county is there's a very short window when you can do the mowing and the stuff because you can itself create a fire.
Right.
And, you know, with the drought, it's shorter and shorter window. Do you know if this equipment is less apt to cause a fire because maybe you're not having the catalytic converter over the I'm just curious.
We're looking to start it in the springtime when there's a little more moisture and
Yeah.
up on the ground and everything. And then there's certain allotment times that we have to be doing it too. So we can't be doing it after a certain time once it starts getting warmer also. So
Yeah,
it's usually in the morning
gets
time,
dry.
so.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Sounds like a great program.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, thank you. And this is also in my district. And so just want to thank you guys. This is great work. And I just know you're committed to this effort, the prevention effort in particular, in these areas that are highly prone to fires. You've shown that since we've been on the board, and I've seen it in the past. And I just really, truly appreciate it. And I know that particularly the San Juan Canyon residents are going to be ecstatic about this. I did wonder, Charlie, you don't want a part-time job on the tiger mower, maybe?
I did that
Kick
the first
back?
year we went and did that. So I'm real excited too because we have the education aspect part of it too. We get like $20,000 for education, so we're going to get a couple big banners, place them down on each one of them and then get some informationals to be able to get out up and down both those roadways too, to the residents and the community.
Okay. Otherwise, maybe
I like
Bob,
how
when
he
you
averted
retire.
your question.
Just no wine on that tiger mower.
Last time we went out there, everyone got poison oak.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we have the contractor that, even when we were just doing traffic control, we had guys that got poison oak real bad. So we'll let the contractor do it.
I'm kidding. Sorry.
No, it's
Yeah, so just really, truly thank you guys.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Dirks?
I just want to say thank you too for your prevention efforts, and I appreciate it as well. You always are looking ahead as to what's coming in order to be proactive instead of reactive. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, ditto to that remark. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie and Chief. I remember actually hearing about this in the City of Hollister meeting, so I was excited when I heard about it, and it seems like it's taken a little bit, but it's finally picking up.
Yeah.
So thank you for all your efforts. I really appreciate it. And this was informational, right?
Yes.
So there's nothing, no action to be taken. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely. I'll be back to receive the award, and then that's when we'll go ahead and get a signature and a yay from you guys. And
Perfect.
that should be in 6 weeks, I think, correct? What are we looking at? What's the time frame on that? The state's different than federal grants. They're a little.
So we got the award. Now we're just, they gave us their account. So as we start doing the work, they'll start paying the bills.
Okay.
So, and the reason why we're ordering it now, because we don't want to be delayed. We want to make sure that we're ready to go come the third year. So we have the $675,000, but if we wait till 2 years, order for the third year, it might take 2 years for equipment. I mean, we can't even get fire engines fixed or parts for fire engines right now. So we're going to work with them to jump on it so we have a piece of equipment ready to go.
Okay.
Right
So
now.
so for clarification, this will come back for us to partner with the county, right, in 6 weeks, like Chief said?
Well, the only thing we need to really bring back is the piece of equipment to accept the piece of equipment.
Got it.
Once we get that ordered. So once we get that spec'd out, we have CEQA right now, and we have the RFP or RFQ for the contractors that we need to do because
That's
we want
right,
to get
the
it.
landscaping.
We want to get that done. There's one CEQA study done already. We're going to check, see if it's still valid, but we have to do the other one for Cienega Road. We could utilize those. We have the money and the funds for those. Well, we could utilize those through CAL FIRE. Once we get that, and then the RFP, RFQ, because we want to get the work started by springtime. But we're still working with him for the piece of equipment so we could get that going. Once we get the piece of equipment all spec'd out to the way the county wants it, and then we can come back and say, okay, this is what it's going to cost. Here you go. Do you accept that? If that makes sense.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything else we do need to accept until then. And we just turn it over to you and it becomes yours, and you just have to keep it, utilize it. The only thing out of pocket that you have is gas and maintenance.
Okay.
And then you can't sell it.
So no date certain, right? But you'll just keep us updated.
Yeah, they funded us for $679,500 $675,000.
Yeah.
So we have the funding. So now we start doing the work, they'll start cutting checks.
Okay.
So we'll have to pay that, then they reimburse us with a check.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Charlie.
Thank you.
Okay, so our last regular agenda, 2.7, update, no, I'm sorry, 2.6. Approve a special event to the county staff, CAO Espinoza.
Thank you. I'll defer this to Dulce Alonso, our management analyst.
Bringing up a presentation. So good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. We're excited to bring this potential opportunity to do an employee appreciation lunch. So it's a proposal. Monica and I will be presenting the information for you guys to consider. So a little bit of historical knowledge on past employee appreciations. In the past, department heads and the board have pitched in to do an annual barbecue. And the last barbecue, I've been here approximately 4 years. I've never seen one, so I'm saying it's over 4 years ago. I don't have the exact date. I think Ray would know better than me when the last time was. But it was coordinated through admin, and county staff would cook, and I think the board of, I don't recall all the details, but they would do a barbecue, and they would coordinate with the departments. They would do 2 shifts, and employees would come and have lunch. So that's how it was done historically in the past. And we haven't had one because of COVID the last 2 years. Prior to that, I'm not sure why we haven't had one, but it hasn't happened in some time. So the potential location and date, it would be on a Monday, December 5th. We have when we utilize Vets Memorial Building, it's at no cost to the county. So we would just coordinate the food and other events. So we're proposing a time from 11:30 to 2:30, doing 2 shifts with staff to coordinate accordingly. We would allow, we would still have to coordinate with all department heads to make sure that everybody, all county staff, we have approximately 600 employees, so we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to, or if not, we coordinate delivery service for them to get some sort of food. So kind of with that, I'll pass it on to Monica.
So our proposed budget would be about up to $18,000. We are asking HR to help us with the extension of lunch, also the department approval heads to make sure that they would alleviate shifts so each employee would be able to participate, and then of course with staffing as well, coordinate with staffing, such as the sheriff's department. They all probably wouldn't be able to go. Those kinds of things. We would work on the logistics of delivering food to them so they can also enjoy the event. So a little breakdown of the $18,000 up to $18,000 is if you do the math, about 600 employees that we have here at the county, that would allocate $30 per employee. That would include a hot lunch, a meet and greet with the supervisors, a meet and greet with administration, a lunch raffle, and a token of appreciation. And these types of items would either include like a water bottle, a blanket, some sort of item that an employee could use at the workplace or share with their family. So we went ahead and did some quotes on food and refreshments. All of them are going to be local businesses. So those would be a hot serve lunch would be approximately $10,000, and that would also include refreshments, fruit, and dessert. So we got our quote from La Katrina as a place, and then we also got quotes for silverware, tablecloths, et cetera. We utilized like Walmart, just trying to get pricing out for napkins and all those kinds of things. And that kind of rounded about $500, depending on how much we buy. Raffle, we're looking at a donation. We do know that HR currently has a wellness fund. And so we were looking at utilizing those funds and buying items that could be raffled off to employees to promote wellness, such as water bottles, coolers, and things like that. And then a token of appreciation with any remainder funds up to that budget. Donations for the raffle. So we're actually looking to partner up with the Board of Supervisors for this to help us with this part of the event, potentially looking at self-sponsoring any type of donations, maybe emceeing the raffle, being able to kind of work with the employees and handing out the gifts once somebody has won. And we thought this would be a really good way to engage with the county employees in a positive manner. So some of the benefits of the employee luncheon, we were doing a couple pricings on different events. We think it's reasonably budgeted if you think at $30 per employee. We have allocated restrooms specifically for our event. The food will be delivered, so there's not a lot of setup and hardship on administration staff to set up all of this. We will be supporting local businesses and small businesses. And overall, it pays tribute to the entire organization and connects the San Benito County employees.
So before we go into the questions, there's three recommendations. So one is to approve the special event for a county staff appreciation lunch facilitated at Memorial's building on Monday, December 5th. And then the second item is to delegate authority to CEO to spend up to $18,000 on the special event and token of appreciation for each staff member. And then three is provide staff additional direction if desired.
Okay, before we go to the board, if we can go to the public, please.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Good afternoon. I think this is a great idea. I'd also like to ask whether the Sheriff's Office, the firefighters, and American Response are going to also be invited to this as well. It's long overdue. They did work through this. I know some of them used their COVID illness for being exposed and or because they went on vacation and came back and they were exposed. So there's some positive and negative, but more than anything, it's definitely positive, and I think that they all deserve to have a recognition, and not just because they went through COVID, but because they're here all the time. They put up with phone calls from the public that are not very kind. They put up more with unkind calls than get calls from people actually appreciating what that they do. So I think this is a great gesture from the board to approve this. I would like to offer myself and about 9 other people, I can get a total of 10 volunteers to actually be there to serve so that the employees don't have to be serving themselves and we don't have to pay the restaurateurs or whomever's providing the food to be serving the employees. So thank you.
I just wanted to answer her question. Oh,
There
sorry.
might be more open public comment.
Sorry.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Valerie Eglin, Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. We so appreciate all the staff. And I think that this is a beautiful way to create camaraderie, unity, teamwork. It's just way overdue. And thank you. Thank you for thinking about this. It's not a lot of money when you consider all they've given in their lives. Thank you.
No public comment.
Bringing it back to the board, is there any thoughts or short statements?
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes. So you mentioned La Katrina. Are there, and I'm great with La Katrina, fantastic restaurant. Do we have a list, or that's just kind of, we're just surveying the landscape at this point, or?
Right. We wanted to gauge if it would. We did also looked up Man Smith, and they were a little bit more expensive per person.
Yeah. Yeah. I think La Katrina would be fantastic. The barbecue, I know it's something we've talked about. I think all of us have talked about supporting, bringing that back. Just looking ahead, though, I'm wondering if, either we do an annual barbecue, or another thought, is to kind of follow the, if we're able to partner with some local businesses, maybe on a rotating basis, somewhat of a mixer model, I don't know, quarterly or biannual, just a thought, just to throw it out there. I think the annual barbecue is really great. But if it works really well and it's a home run or whatever you want to call it, maybe we can take it a little step further, and maybe we can do it twice a year or whatever it might be. And then, perhaps we can continue to survey different restaurants going forward to see if they have interest, or and then the sponsorship model as well, just sort of stealing a bit from the kind of the chamber and HDA and some of their events they've done in the past. Just wondering if that's an option going forward as well. If we do multiple events, that maybe we can offset some of those costs with some sponsorship opportunities. And then I agree with the speaker on, personally, just one person, on the fire department. They just came here and gave us a presentation about work they're doing for the county, so I certainly would support having the fire department invited to that as well, as well as AMR. And I think the sheriff's department, considering they're county employees, certainly would be involved with that, and they're much appreciated like everybody else. I thought the supervisors, maybe, if I've heard the stories in the past, the supervisors maybe serve the food?
Yeah. So if I may, I just add a comment. Prior to COVID, we were doing annual barbecues, and I had wood. I'd go chop wood. I'd bring wood in. The staff would be out there. Administration would go buy the tri-tip. We had cooked everything up. The board members would be serving all the employees. Unfortunately, just timing and lack of staff, it's just been incredible. So I know the board had an interest of doing something this year. That's why we have this before you, just to address moving that forward without, putting a burden on staff. However, I think next year, we would like to really look at this, maybe have a committee created by the board. In the prior days, we actually worked with all of our the vendors and companies that we actually have, like the Megabyte systems and the OpenGov systems, and all of them are willing to sponsor. And so we could really next year maybe look at that a little closer, reach out to a lot of the vendors that we have to sponsor, and they did sponsor us, which was really nice. They were able to provide some token gifts and other things for the employees, which we raffled off, which I thought was great. So I think we'd, spend a little bit more time next year proactively doing it, working on it throughout the year, so it's not such a burden at the very end. So, yeah.
Great. Also, at CMINDI, I think that the supervisor-elects should be invited. I think that's pretty obvious.
We don't want that. Of course.
And then not to go too crazy, but maybe if it fits within the budget, or I would be supportive of the commissions. I don't know how many people that is. That might be a lot of people. So I'm not trying to throw too much at you, but just food for, no pun intended, food for thought, because those are volunteers that give back their time to this community throughout the year, and the least we could do is supply them with a $30 meal, and camaraderie and socialization and whatnot. And then I think that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what Supervisor Kozmicki said about the commissions, if it fits in the budget and all of those things. I think we had someone from the CAB board here. We have, planning commission, I don't know how many commissions there are, but y'all can look it up and I guess, let us know. Yeah. So, or how many people are involved, but in case they are volunteering their time. So, I think, yeah, $30 meal is, and a water bottle is probably not quite enough, but it's something. So, yeah. I also, too, thank you, Elia, for offering up yourself and some other people. I think if we take advantage of that, I think we should, because people want to also contribute, give back to all the county employees, too. So I think that would be helpful, and thank you for offering that up. And thank you for putting together all of this. I think it goes without saying that we can't do what we do up here without all of you doing what you do on a daily basis and serving our public. And so this is just a small token of that appreciation. So thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany?
One burning question. It's the wrong time of year, but is there going to be a dunk tank?
If you provide one, it'll be there.
I had a feeling this is coming.
I think that would go. I think that would go over big time with the 600 employees. Get a chance to take a shot at us.
Dunk your least favorite supervisor.
You mentioned in your presentation, the supervisors maybe have a role in donations, what have you. Do you see us, other than serving and other things like that, something else that we might be able to do, whether it be, are you suggesting that maybe we go out and try to get a donation from a business, each of us, try to do that? I'm just curious.
Yes, that's kind of essentially what we were thinking. If you could potentially get some sort of local business gift card, or if you wanted to sponsor some item to the raffle, that would be extremely beneficial. And I think it builds like a connection between the employees and the board as well. Some people may have never met you. And so, yeah, we are asking you to contribute and also help host the raffle and, kind of bring that around.
Okay, great idea and well overdue, so thank you.
Yes, I agree that it is long overdue, and it'll be our first one here as sitting supervisors, so I'm glad. I do look forward to next year doing it in the summer. And then I would agree with that dunk tank. Those that don't really particularly care for. Oh, good. We'll let you go first. But just thank you for this.
We can even raise money to dunk Supervisor Tiffany.
Sell tickets, right?
$10.
But just thank you for the time and effort. I appreciate it. The only one thing is there's a conflict in the schedule for the hack meeting. So maybe we can, if Stephanie's out there, maybe postpone the hack meeting that's scheduled for that day. Oh, Ariel, yes.
Yes, we'd be happy. Yes, we'd be happy to postpone that and reschedule, and we can discuss that. I'll put on the agenda for the next November meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dulce, and thank you.
May I ask for a minor modification on the action? If we include fire and all the other, and AMR, the commissioners, volunteers, I'm guessing closer to, if you could approve up to 20,000. I'm not sure the number of people offhand, so I believe that should be enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. So what is the will of the board? And it sounds like we need to ask for a friendly amendment.
I'll make a motion that we approve the special event for county staff and delegate authority to the CAO to spend up to $20,000 on the event.
And
that's it.
Do we need to include the
and
token
that
of appreciation,
the fire and all that? Does
yeah,
that matter?
which and you would include the fire department and the commissions, AMR as well. And I assume this also includes part-time employees as well. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. All right. Did I miss something? And a token appreciation item for each staff member as well.
And I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. So on to the consent. These matters shall be considered as a whole without discussion unless a particular item is removed from consent. So can we go to the public and see if any items want to be pulled for consent?
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas?
Consent agenda item 3.2, 3.11, 3.13, 3.14, 3.18. And if 3.18 is going to be pulled, may I speak at that time, or do you want me to, I prefer to speak then and not now?
So if you could just speak on them right now, Elia, while you have time.
Okay, all right, so on 3.2, I would just, instead of being on a consent, it's that I would like you to publicly announce who it is that's going to be recognized for it. Especially, I'm more interested in making sure that we give Valerie Eglin the kudos that she deserves for being selected. 3.6, this is under consent agenda item, and I totally realize why it is, but I think that it should be brought, it should be in an open forum and not under consent. We are talking about $11 million, and the people should understand what it is all about. 3.11. Again, because of the monies, just the value of it, instead of being, and it does need a 4/5 vote. And so unless all of you are agreeable, I think it's just because we're talking about $4 million, I think that it should be in a public forum. 3.13. I don't remember, so let's skip it. Let's see. 3.14. Same thing that I had the issue with regards to why we don't have our own janitorial services. This amount of money could not be used to actually, and I know you guys are saying we're short-staffed and you can't find people, but I think you could find groundskeepers to be able to provide this service at a more economical amount than $143,000 for these services. And 3.18, okay, again, I have no idea what letter was brought forward to this. This is saying that it's in response to a letter. I read the letter that the county has drafted, and honestly, right now, it was so late, I don't remember if a letter that was sent to you by Waste Solutions was included in the agenda packet. But I just want to reiterate again, please do not make decisions based on fear for your own political career. For today's constituents, remember policy before politics. For you are here to make tough decisions for what is best for the entire county, not just for the district that you represent, but the entire district. You're making a decision for the future, not for tomorrow. Again, you're making a decision for what is based on the future for when you are long gone as a supervisor and forgotten that you were even a supervisor. And then you're going to come back 10 years from now and they'll go, oh, who are the folks on the board that made this decision? I know that one of the things that I use as an example is Fairview Road. Over 50 years ago, they brought forth a decision. They brought forth the idea that Fairview Road should have been a 4-lane highway. Somebody had the foresight to do that, but they voted against it. And today, over 50 years later, it would be a great idea. We wouldn't be where we find ourselves. So based on those decisions, based on decisions for the future and not for tomorrow to try to put a Band-Aid on something, I am for the expansion of the landfill. think that the expansion for the next 80 years, a minimum of 80 years, right now we're not getting one single dollar because we're not taking outside. But what happens in 15 years, and actually before the 15th year is over? Are you going to talk about a way station? Are you talking a transfer station? And if the transfer station is $5 today, what is the price when you're going to start thinking about it then? Every day you don't do something, it increases. I mean, right now, as an example, it's $1 million a mile for a road. So can you imagine? I've heard the numbers, the county, some county person here at the report, I can't remember, anyway, they threw out $6 million. I've heard $40 million. And that's $40 million or $6 million today. If you start thinking about this, what is the price going to be on a transfer station in 10 years when you start thinking about it or building it or whatever? So that's a lot of money that we don't have as a poor county, which again, am I out of time or do I get another 6 minutes? Okay.
Shaw. Okay.
No further comments.
Bringing it back to the board. What is the will of the board?
Go first.
Supervisor
I'm willing to go,
Kozmicki?
yeah. I'll pull 3.2, 3.3, 3.6.
2, 3 point.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull additionally 3.7 and 3.14.
What were those?
3.7 and 3.14.
3.7, 3.14.
I will pull 3.11 and, well, Colin has that one already. Okay. So 3.11.
Betsy?
I'm good. The ones I wanted pulled were pulled.
Okay. If I can get a motion to approve all except for 3.2, 3.3, 3.6, 3.7, 3.11, and 3.14.
So moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. 5-0. So 3.2, Colin?
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this, just, figuring we would want to give special recognition to the winners this year in the Chamber's Man, Woman, Businesses, et cetera, Nonprofit of the Year. And it looks like Supervisor Tiffany has the signed certificates.
I do. Shall I read them?
Yeah. And yeah, I just want to say thank you to the Chamber for doing this, and just congratulations to all the winners. These are people that are important members of our community, give back to our community, play an integral role in our community, and every year that's a great list of people and businesses and nonprofits that are that get these accolades. So just want to congratulate everybody involved.
Go ahead, Supervisor
Okay.
Tiffany.
So first of all, Woman of the Year, certificate of recognition presented to Marilyn Ferreira for the 2022 Woman of the Year. I've known Marilyn for many, many years, and she, well-deserving, been a large part of the community for many years. Second of all, certificate of recognition presented to George Nava. Do I have the pronunciation right?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Man of the Year for 2022. I don't know George. Does someone up here know that
PFW,
can?
Mary
yeah,
Martinez
He's a
and-
retired vet. Yeah.
Oh,
he
great.
Serves on the Vets Hall, the VFW.
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations, George. Well deserved. In regards to Large Business of the Year, certificate of recognition presented to Hazel Hawkins Hospital for Large Business of the Year 2022. Congratulations to them. Small Business of the Year presented to Running Rooster for 2022. Congratulations to Running Rooster. That's my old family's store. It was built.
Yes.
That building was built in 1935. So anyway, they've done a great job there. Green Business of the Year presented to Fire Clay Tile. I think a number of us have toured that facility. It's somewhat under the radar for, I think, some people, but They have if you haven't seen it, a phenomenal facility in Aromas, and they do amazing tile. It's worldwide tile, and they are a significant contributor to that sales tax that we do get. So anyway, congratulations to Fire Clay Tile. Ag Business of the Year presented to, I want to make sure, CNN Tractors, San Benito County Agriculture Business of the Year. Congratulations to CNN Tractors. Entrepreneur Business of the Year, AG Entertainment. Congratulations to them for 2022. And we're almost done. Service Business of the Year, congratulations to JRG Attorneys at Law, successful law firm here in our county. Congratulations to them. And then lastly, as was mentioned a moment ago, congratulations to Reach and Valerie Eglin and her organization for the 2022 Chamber of Commerce Nonprofit Organization of the Year. Extremely well-deserved for Valerie, and we appreciate all of the help that she contributes to our community for parks and otherwise. So congratulations to all the recipients.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. On to item 3.3.
Well, we have to approve the certificates.
You gotta.
Oh,
So I'll make a
that's right.
motion, move to approve the certificate of recognition for the 2022 Chamber of Commerce and Foundation Woman of the Year, Woman, Man, Large Business, Small Business, Green Business, Agricultural Business, Entrepreneur Business of the Year, Service Business of the Year, and Nonprofit of the Year for the 101st Annual Award.
And they'll be presenting these also in November.
November 12th.
November 12th. Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. So yeah, now on to item 3.3. Colin?
Yeah, and I figure others probably would have pulled these as well, so I'm not trying to steal all the thunder here, but just huge congratulations to both the Farm Bureau and Greg Sweat. The Farm Bureau has been doing a lot of great work in our community for 100 years. It's just fantastic, and it really is a really crucial organization here in town. And I've always appreciated the Farm Bureau, going back to my days at the newspaper, and they're just great source of information. And just along those lines as well, Greg Sweat is a great guy, very well deserving for their Person of the Year honor, and he's always been very knowledgeable about the egg industry. I would consider him an expert and a trusted source of information, and I've always had pleasant interactions with Greg and everybody at the Farm Bureau. Thank you.
Supervisor
Want me to read
Tiffany?
these again? Happen to have these too. Certificate of recognition presented to San Benito County Farm Bureau for your 100-year anniversary in the county. Thank you from the San Benito County Board of Supervisors. As Supervisor Kozmecki said, very well deserved. We appreciate everything they do. It is our ag is our #1 industry in the county, and they play an important role in supporting that. And then also, as just mentioned, specifically, the Farm Bureau's honoree of the year is Greg Sweat, and Greg is a great guy. I've known Greg forever. We went to high school together, Hollister High days. That goes back a few years.
Oh, wow.
But at any rate, we're still kicking, so that's good.
1970.
So congratulations to Greg.
Thank you. And I believe the Farm Bureau has an event in December or November also. Yeah. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the certificates of recognition?
So moved.
I'll
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. Item to 3.6. Supervisor Kozmicki.
So I believe this is the
Library.
library grant.
So, yeah, I'll have some questions. So I appreciate that, Nora and Aaron. Just first off, great job to everybody involved with obtaining this grant. I think it seems like we're on a roll here at the county with grants. And so the library staff has been very involved with that, with the expansion grant and this connectivity grant. So it's very much appreciated, all the work you're doing on this. Just because of the very high dollar amount, I did have I guess a couple questions just to make sure I'm understanding it. So the way I read it is that we've approved to use the grant dollars toward the IT management firm. They're selling us the equipment, the Chromebooks and the hotspots. And that we are restricted to a certain type of Chromebook and hotspot, and talking to staff, it's my understanding that was part of the grant process.
Yes.
Because that's a question that I had, well, is there flexibility with the equipment you can purchase at this point, or are you, you're basically dedicated to those specific types of equipment?
We are dedicated to those specific type of equipment.
That's what, and I just want to make sure that the public's aware of that, you went in, this was the part of the grant application, and now we have these Chromebooks. The hotspots, so when I read through the materials, it read to me like the grant, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the grant pays for 12 months of service?
Yes, sir. It does.
Okay. And then after that, it would just be up to the, well, what would happen after that, I guess, since...
So there would be no it's just going to be paid for a year. After that, the grant will not be responsible for paying any more monies for any continued service.
Okay. And so maybe that's something we can keep an eye on, as far as, I don't know if there's maybe future grant opportunities out there to potentially re-up the service.
Thinking?
Yeah,
great.
I mean, because as great as it is, the 11.4, and we're getting all this equipment, at the end of the year, those hotspots are essentially, for the most part, they're going to be put on a shelf. And
Well, we've got our eye on the technology grants with the state library going forward.
Okay.
So we're looking at that.
Okay. And then I think maybe the most important question, and I think I know the answer just from talking to our CAO's office. It talked about lending out the Chromebooks, and that's certainly, I think for some of them, I think that's fine. What jumps out to me is that it's 10,000 Chromebooks. That is a lot of computers. I think the last thing we want is for those to sit on the shelf somewhere. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the flexibility we may have, because if in an ideal world, to me, we have 10,000 Chromebooks, and we probably only need, and you're the librarian, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking a couple hundred for lending out, maybe, and then we have all these others. So ideally, we set aside a relatively small number for lending out, and then we have a large number that we could potentially distribute out to the groups in our community that are most in need. That come to mind are school districts, college students, seniors, perhaps through the senior center, other fixed income groups, low income residents in particular, is the big one for me. And then just whatever other groups we deem as appropriate. And I know from reading it, it has to fit into the educational theme, but I think that seems like that's, we should be okay with that part of it. So can you comment on just our flexibility to potentially distribute these out?
What we were, in the grant, it specifies that we are to distribute these out to community members that have educational and financial needs, or that are requesting them. Although I would like to say that we do have some computers that we lend out already. Where did Aaron go? we have a small amount, I can't remember how many we have, that we have gotten through other grants. But it's important to remember that the life expectancy of these Chromebooks, if you're fortunate, it's 4 years, maybe a little less. So that we want to be careful that we're not holding on to outdated equipment. We want to keep renewing and looking for other grants that keep that material up to date and that kind of thing. Storage space comes at a premium as well and is costly as well. So one of the things that both Aaron and I continuously look at is opportunities for other types of grants or donations that come in that we can continue to supply. I believe it's about 30 that we have that we lend out. Yes, it's 30 that we loan out through other grants that we have gotten in the past.
And those, generally, that's a good number?
It generally has worked, but I have to say that with all of this excitement and all this that is going on, we're probably going to see a little bit more than that. That's why we are being really proactive as we're going forward so that we are able to apply for grants that are out there for 20, 30, 40, or matching type, grants that'll be available, for us.
Okay, so just my strong preference, just as one supervisor, I always say that, is that we coordinate a plan to maybe hold on to 100, 200 Chromebooks and give away, if we can give away. I prefer that.
Yes.
The computers to students, college students, low income, the migrant camp, seniors, fixed income, and other groups deemed appropriate. And then if we still have some left over, we can assess what to do with them. And since it's such a large dollar amount, I just feel strong that we want to make sure that the reach with this particular program is as far as it can possibly go. Again, 10,000 Chromebooks, it's going to be a challenge to give away, probably. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but 10,000 is such a huge, it's going to be funny, like 10,000 is such a huge number in a community of 65,000 residents. How many families do we have here? 20, 20,000 families maybe. I think I've made my point clear. I feel strongly that we should map out a plan, the neediest groups possible, give the Chromebooks and hotspots away, and in the meantime, look for potential grant opportunities to re-up on the hotspot service going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was not sure if I was going to be able to be here to have this discussion because I'm really excited about it. I'm so glad that it took the amount of time to get to it because this is just a wonderful thing that has happened to our community. And your comments, Supervisor Kosmicki, toward the end there, were reminiscent of me when I received the phone call and I said, oh boy, how are we going to do this? I know the need is out there, but the question was how. But since August, both Aaron and I have been planning on the how of being able to do this to the degree that we have contacted. We've already started working with some of the department heads, the schools, the nonprofits to work in conjunction with us to get this out into the community. There are some partners or collaborators that we're working with that are not able to send this information because of the law, to send information out for their needs. So we are going to be going physically to their office where their clients come in and we can interface with them as well. So there'll be a variety of methodologies that we have come up with. We've had time to think about this so that we will be able to make sure that our reach is as far as we possibly can. Because remember, we need those partners out there that you were talking about. Like the college is already on board, Anzar High School, San Benito High School, HHSA, the workforce investment people, and I could go on and on. This has taken time to be able to do this because we want to reach out to the entire community. So welcome to the clubs. That was my exact reaction, when I first heard. Good questions. Thank you.
And I think we can all help to get the word out too. I think the more the merrier.
Absolutely.
But to me, the key is the low income has to be the
Absolutely.
first, to me, has to be the absolute first priority.
Yes.
That was written into our grant also. And just 2 points of clarification. We're completely on the same page with all of your comments. And when we say lend, that's just the terminology we sort of have to use to be in line with the grant requirements. I don't think we can technically say we're giving them away. So the verbiage we're using is that we're lending them for the lifetime of the equipment. So they're being lent out until they no longer work.
With no expectation in return.
Exactly.
We can't afford to do that. Okay.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you for your work on this, and it's no surprise to me that you already have this mapped out and you have a plan in place to reach as many people, and I really appreciate your willingness to go in person to educate people as well. And I'm, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, I think all of us will do our due diligence to put the word out too as well. So thank you again for your leadership on this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, congratulations on this. It's real exciting. And I assume the outreach is also going to some of the far reaches of the county, the rural schools. Where,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're working, as a matter of fact, we have requests from one of the superintendents for the rural schools. I think they want already 45, they're asking for 45 Chromebooks.
Yeah. Anyway, exciting times for the library. Thank you.
Well, this is an exciting time for all of us. I'm just so excited about this because, as I see this and when we started and for our initial conversations with our CAO, who's just been wonderful and supporting us and encouraging us to go forward, and certainly the board members, we want to be able to incorporate our board members into when we have some events for people to get their Chromebooks or their hotspots, because I think that's going to be a wonderful opportunity for community engagement and interchange, and that, that voice of unity that we've all worked together to make this happen. Well, Aaron and I, started working on this, but without your support, our CAO's support, really nothing would have happened. So it is all, in the final analysis, it is about us.
I'll sign up to be your first volunteer then.
Oh,
to do that.
thank you so much.
But just from what I've known, of you, Nora, over the years, again, that analogy I use about the little engine that could, that's just your whole mentality. If there's a problem, you don't see it as a problem. You see it as an obstacle to overcome, and there's no such word as no for you. And so you just keep doing what you're doing. I'm so proud of what you're doing, and I'm so glad the county is benefiting from all of your ingenuity.
Well, I was sharing with Aaron how well all of us have done. So I started thinking about it. And we came up that we brought in together, working together and making this happen, $21 million.
Congratulations.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it is.
For all of us and all our accomplishments and a voice of unity to bring something forward to the community, because what's happening is we're building a bridge. We're building a bridge. The bridge, like for the kiosk that's going to be happening. When we close down the library for the renovation, for the upgrades, for the infrastructure, we'll have a place where people can go and check out their books because you supported that vision to have a kiosk. Because you supported way back then when having, the bookmobiles and the staff to be able to run them. We will have library services even though, we are closed, because we'll be able to take the vehicles out into the community, not only for books, but for other programs like literacy, not only reading, but computer, digital literacy as well. We're already looking at a swing space that we might be able to, for us to be able to house staff in that kind of situation. So when you look at the entire of what's happened, I think we've done a pretty good job together. I really do. And planning for now, and for the future, and facing those challenges, whatever they might be, and welcoming those opportunities that come our way.
Thank you, Nora. Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
And if you happen to think of any more questions you'd like to ask me, please call me. I'm always happy to talk to you.
Thank you, Nora.
Okay, Bob, 3.7.
Okay, just quickly, I don't have any issues with this, but just I want to be sure, I think I know the answer, but this is a resolution to accept allocation from California Department of Public Health for $647,000 and change. And we use it to hire certain positions. My understanding, this is expectation, it's an ongoing program, so we will get funded on this every year. It's not a 1 year and then we're done. Is that correct?
And Tracy's on the line. Tracy?
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. Yes, that's correct. The state is shifting from these grant-funded opportunities to regular allocations, which makes our life a little bit easier. And so that's why we are transitioning the positions from limited term to FTEs. And so it's actually a benefit to the county and to our department.
Okay, great. So no cost to the county.
That's correct.
And we'll be able to keep these positions permanently.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Can I get a motion, Bob?
I will make a motion that we approve the agenda item.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. 3.11B.
Yes, I pulled that one, and only because the speaker had asked for it to be pulled. But I have been part of the ongoing meetings for the Community Correction Partnership, and I see that Chief Frentel is here, so I'll let him come up and explain. But this was a budget that was passed using the Community Corrections funds. It's not from general funds, it's from ours. And we went ahead and we approved, well, I didn't say we, I was at the meeting, but the E-Board approved the agenda with all the participants, the budget, with all the participants were there at the meeting. And so I just wanted to pull it so he'd have an opportunity to explain.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, or good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. Actually, I have a budget that has highlights that will help me explain this a little better to you. I'd like to pass it out to your board. That's okay? I have enough here. I think I might be one straight through.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's extra copies in the back. Thank you.
Thank you.
As Board Member Gonzalez was pointing out, we did already bring this budget forward. However, we did make some changes to that budget at our last CCP meeting on October 10th. And so the highlighted areas are really the difference from the last budget that was submitted to now. If you look at the first highlighted option, it's our line item. It is the staff analyst for probation, and we also, in the process of this, discovered that there was an oversight on the budget that we submitted for your board today. We left in the information technology analyst 3 position, which is the furthest down, fully lined, highlighted row, for $117,008. The staff analyst position is in lieu of that and would be removed from this. If you look at the second column down, it will show the actual expenditures, what we expect to expend, and the staff analyst would take the place of that. That's why you see the $115,000 versus the 0 in the expenditures for the 22-23 actual expenditures column. We also had a change to reclassification for the district attorney legal assistant. 2, it was an OA position, and you'll see that there's a difference of there's a difference of 5,680 as far as position change or reclassification. In custody, under probation, you'll see the electronic monitoring program. This was originally placed on, we had it for $60,000, and it was anticipation of having more GPS and electronic monitor program units put on individuals who came out of pretrial services, which was a new statute that went through this last year with AB 1869, and also through SB 129, the pretrial services. We had originally for $60,000, but we anticipate that that will exceed that amount and be closer to $75,000 to $80,000 by the end of the year. So that was changed. So those are the primary differences between the budget you previously voted on back in July, I think, and today, with the total difference being of $24,274. And do you have any questions on that?
I don't have any, but I just wanted to give that information and give you the opportunity to share.
Sure.
So thank you.
Sure.
No questions? Can I get a motion, please?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to authorize the appropriation to amend the AB 109 Fiscal Funds 22-23 budget approved by the Community Corrections Partnership Executive Committee in the amount of $4,461,268.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you.
Chief.
Thank you.
I thought for sure the Charger one was going to be questioned. I couldn't wait to talk about that one.
Okay, last item, 3.14, Supervisor Tiffany.
Yeah, and actually, I wasn't planning to pull this one, but Elia brought it up, and I've had many discussions with Steve about landscaping.
Yes.
One particular CSA, but I won't get into that.
Thank you.
But it does raise the question. There's definitely times when, and certainly in the RMA, where it makes sense to have where we contract out, and there's certainly advantages there. But I know given some of the challenges we've had with landscaping, I wonder at what point would it make sense for us to try to bring it in-house?
Well, it's actually a really good suggestion from the public and by you, Supervisor. Initially, as an analogy, when the thought was to hire custodians in-house, there was some challenges, but long story short, and we've just actually sent out a few more offers for a couple folks that departed, but the custodians, having them in staff has worked out really well when we've had a full staff of 6. So to answer your question, I think it's worth considering. There's logistics, but for example, we just hired a field service CSA field person who's working out really well, and it helps a lot to have that person on staff, on site, and just to get to those CSA needs. So yeah, we'll take it into consideration if you want to, if it's your direction to bring it back. We'll put together a presentation and kind of look at some of the costs and work with various staff, and it might be realistic and it might be worthwhile. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, it would give us a lot more flexibility, certainly, dealing with the kind of situations we're dealing with right now, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah, I think it's, I don't know, I know we're past, I don't know if we're to the point where I could suggest we we add it to as an agenda item or direct staff, or that can be done?
Yeah, we can add this item at a future agenda. That's not a problem.
Assume someone else would agree
It's,
with that?
yeah, if you guys want to, yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Well,
Thanks,
thank you. That's really, I've no problem with the agenda item. I just wanted to ask that question.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Elia, for raising the issue. Thank you, Sid.
Can I get a motion?
Sure. I will make a motion that, I'm not looking at the right one, that we approve the amended contract as per in the agenda item.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, aye. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Have a good evening, everybody.
Yes, you too.
Thank you.